Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was born 4 months early. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. All for One, the greatest supervillain in Japan, perhaps the world, was completely and utterly useless. His fantasy was crumbling all around him. Reality settled on his shoulders, as heavy as his sins and as relentless as the many monitors beeping beside him. The neonatal intensive care unit was cold and sterile. The warm interior design did little to provide any relief. There was no escape. He sat with his head in his hands, a chair pulled as close as it possibly could be to the incubator next to him. The incubator that held his tiny, tiny son. Born after 26 weeks. Not even 1 kilogram. Almost 100 days too early. He could fit in his hand. If he was allowed to hold him. But he couldn't. Izuku was so underdeveloped that he wasn't able to differentiate between touch and pain yet. He was medically unstable. His lungs weren't ready to breathe. His eyes weren't ready to see. His skin wasn't ready to be out in the air, his digestive system wasn't ready to eat, his heart wasn't ready to work on its own. There were so many things Izuku couldn't do. He wasn't supposed to be here yet. It was April. He was supposed to be born in July. Izuku wasn't supposed to be out yet. He was supposed to be in Inko's belly. But Inko wasn't even here. No, Inko, his lovely wife who had stolen his black heart, lay cold and still in the morgue. The emergency room in Musutafu General Hospital, where they went first, couldn't help her once it was clear things were going wrong. Then by the time she had been transferred to Tanima Memorial Hospital, it was too late. Preeclampsia. HELLP syndrome. Hemorrhage. And then she was gone. He hadn't been able to prevent that either. It hurt. All his experience, all his knowledge, all his quirks, all for nothing. There was nothing he could have done to ensure his wife's survival. Now, there was nothing he could do to make sure his son survived his first day on this planet either. Izuku's heart monitor beeped next to him. He waited for each heartbeat with bated breath. It felt incredibly unfair that he had lived for nearly 2 centuries while anyone he dared to call family dropped around him like flies. All for One lifted his head to stare at Izuku under the blue glow of the light the staff had placed on him to help with his jaundice. His son was painfully tiny. His diaper was delicately folded over him, to avoid excessive skin contact. He looked less like a newborn and more like a miniature elderly person, all thin limbs, wrinkly, delicate skin, and wispy, barely there green hair. There was an 4-line going into his upper arm, a mask protecting his eyes, a blood pressure cuff around his other arm, and a pulse oximeter around his foot. He was on a ventilator because he could not breathe on his own, and there was a small tube going down his throat that delivered surfactant to his lungs, amongst far too many other wires and tubes he did not know the purpose of. He nearly disappeared underneath his hat, diaper, and all the medical equipment. He looked nothing like the chubby, healthy baby he and Inko had hoped for. All for One put his head back in his hands. The NICU was unbearably silent. In all his life, All for One had never felt so lost and small. He didn't know what to do. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. A soft, shaky sigh. I miss you, Inko. Call ended. Izuku was turning blue. All for One's baby was turning blue. Hisoshi's baby was turning blue. He had fallen asleep next to the incubator, just for 3 hours. And woke up to a blue baby. Hisoshi cursed himself. There were already nurses around the incubator, working with practiced ease and calm. Hisoshi knew he was in the way, but he couldn't move. He stood stock still, his hand resting on the incubator, staring at Izuku's thin, fragile body, eyes scanning everything but processing nothing. His tiny chest rose and fell in time with the ventilator, but everything else was all wrong. Alarms clamored around him, doctors and nurses and other staff he did not know crowded around his baby. His tiny, tiny baby. Who was far too still. Whose lips and extremities were a dull, ashen blue. He was reminded then of a memory he had tried so hard to forget. Back when Yoichi could not even crawl, and all for one was nothing but a curious child named Hisoshi. He remembered leaning over the crib railing, watching Yoichi struggle to move and play. Watching him tire after only playing for a little bit. Watching his lips and extremities turn blue when he went too far. They found out shortly after that Yoichi had a heart murmur. It couldn't be treated because Yoichi looked like he had a meta ability. The pulse oximeter started alarming louder. Hisoshi's head shot up. 75%. It shouldn't be below 90%. The door opened, several more people rushing in. I believe something is wrong, Hisoshi said dumbly as he was gently pulled away to the other side of the room by a nurse. The palm of his hand felt cold as it was pulled away from the incubator. Don't worry, hun, we'll figure out what's going on, the nurse said, patting his arm. One of the doctors placed a stethoscope on Izuku's chest. Its bell was almost the same width as Izuku's body. A murmur went up from the crowd around the incubator. The staff's movements became quick and purposeful, voices low and businesslike. Something was wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Hisoshi asked. His own voice sounded unfamiliar. Some people left. They came back with diagnostic equipment. His stomach dropped. Something was wrong. Hisoshi was tapped on the arm. The nurse smiled at him professionally and said, "We're working on it, hun. I need to get a medical history from you so we can rule some conditions out. What's your name?" Her voice was starting to blend with the ringing in his ears. He thought of Yoichi in his arms when his mother allowed him to bottle feed the baby. He remembered Yoichi going ashen and limp, too tired to even finish the bottle. Hisoshi Midoriya. The mother was Inko Midoriya, correct? He wished she could be here. Yes. Do you have any medical conditions? No, but my brother, Yoichi. Truncus arteriosus. A congenital heart deformity where the aorta and pulmonary arteries merge into a single, giant artery. It's usually accompanied by a large hole in the heart. There is a great amount of blood mixing, resulting in desaturated blood being pumped to the body. The blood that is pumped to the lungs is too much, at too high a pressure. Yoichi could survive his heart murmur without treatment. Izuku would die without treatment in less than 2 months. 67% of premature infants with truncus arteriosus die anyway. He shouldn't get too attached. His phone was ringing. Hisoshi dragged his eyes away from where they had been glued to Izuku's heart monitor and pulse oximeter for hours. He knew he shouldn't get too attached, but he still didn't want his son to die. He let out a heavy sigh and forced himself to his feet, joints creaking. He turned on a couple of flexibility quirks in the vain hope they would do something about that. He picked up his phone with a glare. He'd been ignoring any calls from his associates. Keeping his underground kingdom churning just didn't feel important right now. But at the very least, he had been checking to see who was trying to get in contact with him. It was Mitsuki Bakugu, Inko's best friend. His eyes stung something terrible. He answered the call. "Hey," Mitsuki said, her voice unusually gentle, "how are you doing?" "Terrible, honestly," Hisoshi said, his voice rough. He cleared his throat as he began to pace Izuku's hospital room. It was dark, lights glittering outside the hospital complex. He was lucky that Tanima Memorial had accommodations for parents. Not that he would have left even if they hadn't. "I bet, Hicken," she said. She let out a long sigh. "I know Inko-chan would have been right by you if she could." There was a lump in his throat. He hadn't been this close to crying in over 100 years. Besides yesterday. Let's not talk about Inko," Hisoshi said. "All right, Hicken," she said softly. There was some soft shuffling on the other end of the line. Hisoshi wandered back over to Izuku's incubator. He could never stay away for long. "How's the kiddo?" she asked after a while. "Poor," Hisoshi pushed out. "Must be real bad then," she said. "Yes," Hisoshi sked down a deep breath. "He has a heart condition. It's likely from my side. Izuku, he's so small, and yet he's already on so many medications. The doctors, they are hoping to keep him going long enough until he is big enough for a corrective surgery." "Izuku is a lovely name, Hicken," Mitsuki said. "But it was Inko's choice." Of course it was, Mitsuki said, fond and sad. There was a pause. Izuku twitched, his movements hard to see in the dark room. Mitsuki scared in a deep breath, the way she did when she was about to declare something. Izuku better make it, you hear me? We haven't gotten his baby blanket yet, because he was supposed to arrive after Katsuki, but we're going to get it, and I better be giving it to him, not you. Hisoshi chuckled, the sound bubbling up despite the weight that was crushing him. Yes? Good. We'll visit soon, all right? Mitsuki said. Sounds good, Hisoshi said, and the phone call ended. Hisoshi stared out the window. It was late. His eyelids were heavy, body lethargic. He had slept enough. He turned on as many stamina quirks as he had and settled into the chair next to Izuku's incubator. Tanama Memorial Hospital sent a request to Musutafu General for Hisoshi Midoriya's family medical history after failing to find much. Musutafu General's system could find no family medical history for a Hisoshi Midoriya. No mother recorded. No father recorded. No siblings. Nothing. It was like Hisoshi Midoriya appeared out of the ether. The Musutafu General system automatically flagged his file as a potential forged identity. A summarized report was generated, attached to a small clip of security footage with a good view of his face, and automatically uploaded to the Hero Information Network. Hisoshi hadn't slept in 3 days. To say he was exhausted would be an understatement. Objectively, Hisoshi knew he should call up Garaki. Technically, the man was a pediatrician, and Hisoshi knew him well. He should be able to sleep if he knew Garaki was watching over his son. But Hisoshi also knew Garaki's true passion. The Nomu was still in the animal testing stage, but there was a large, visceral part of him that recoiled violently at the thought of Garaki coming anywhere near Izuku. That, and he knew Garaki had no training with neonates. Especially not neonates that had their heart rates and oxygen saturation drop very, very frequently. Anytime some of the staff touched him, even for the most necessary procedures, like changing his diaper, he would fall into bradycardia, and his oxygen saturation would drop. So he didn't call. Learning that bradycardia and oxygen desaturation were common issues in premature infants was as reassuring as it was nerve-wracking, especially since his son already had enough issues with his heart. Even if the frequency of Izuku's Brady's and Desuts made him a bit of a touch-me-not baby. That didn't stop him from wanting to touch him or hold him, at least once, but something held him back. He was afraid, perhaps. If even the staff avoided touching him, what possible benefit could his touch confer? He wasn't Inko. You can talk to him, you know, a nurse said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Hisoshi looked up from where he had been blankly watching her administer Izuku's next dose of medications into his foreline. He blinked tiredly. Pardon? He asked, careful to keep his voice quiet. He's heard your voice before, the nurse said, gesturing to Izuku and smiling slightly, so it would be comforting for him to hear. Oh, Hisoshi said, looking back to Izuku. Izuku's limbs moved jerkily amongst the blankets and wires. He was lying on his back, facing the ceiling, buried under tubes and wires and position aids. Speaking to him felt silly. It wasn't like Izuku was developed enough to respond. She was likely just saying something parents in this situation wanted to hear. He knew Izuku's chances of survival were low. He knew he shouldn't get too attached. He should be preparing, expecting, to lose him as well. He should be preparing to get back to work. His little domestic escapade with Inko had ended horribly, and soon enough he would be able to drown his grief in villainy, just like he had with Yoichi. Still, he watched the nurse leave and sighed. He stared at Izuku. His jaundice had resolved, and the mask covering his eyes had been removed, although he had yet to see Izuku open them. The room was kept dim to prevent Izuku from being overstimulated. The monitors beeped. The ventilator hissed. The staff murmured outside. Hisoshi placed a hand against the incubator and indulged himself. Hello, Izuku, he whispered. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku twitched. His head turned towards Hisoshi. One blue eye peeked open, unfocused and dilated, but undoubtedly looking at him. Hisoshi's breath caught in his throat. He blinked. Reminded himself how to breathe. rubbed his tired eyes until colors burst behind his eyelids. But when he looked again, Izuku's head was still turned, his eyes still open and looking at him. "Hello," he breathed. Izuku's other eye peeked open as well. Hisoshi's heart swelled in his chest. He bowed his head over the incubator. Nobody had to know if Hisoshi cried. The door to Izuku's room was closed. The Hero Information Network pinged. Some AI at Musutafu General flagged a potential forged identity. Sir Night Eye clicked the notification, and the file opened up. Sheet. Izuku had begun to show signs of heart failure. More medications were started. His condition continued to worsen. He was 3 days old. Absent-mindedly, Hisoshi wondered if this was karma. All Might's phone was ringing. He grunted, looking down at his belt in confusion. All heroes were required to have a quick way to get in contact with their agency, usually a secure line, like the one his own phone utilized, but Sir Night Eye hardly ever called him unless an emergency was happening. A stone settled in his gut. "Sorry folks, but I've got to go," All Might said, pushing the purse snatcher he just caught over to the police and jumping away. He landed on a rooftop and quickly answered his phone. He'd missed Night Eye's first call, but he had immediately called again. "Night Eye? What's wrong?" All Might asked. "Come to the office," Night Eye said, his voice as tense and sharp as wire. "What for dash?" "Now, All Might," Night Eye said. "This must be bad." "Right," All Might said, "I'll be right over." Night Eye was pacing in All Might's office when he returned, his hands clasped behind his back and his head bowed forward. "Night Eye," All Might started, but Night Eye said nothing. Just motioned him forward to his computer. All Might walked over slowly, bending down to take a look. It was an automated notification for a possible forged identity, a Hisoshi Midoriya from the Musutafu General Hospital. The notification contained a small summary that stated no family medical history was found, and a short video of the man pacing outside a room in the emergency department. All Might played the video. Then he played it again. And again. And again. "No," All Might croaked. "Yes," Night Eye said heavily, "it's him." "All for one." All Might growled, rage lighting a fire in his chest as he glared at the pixelated face on Night Eye's computer. "Where is he?" "All Might," Night Eye started warily. "Where is he, Night Eye?" All Might roared. "Nowhere you can go," came a voice All Might hadn't heard in decades. All Might whipped around to stare at him, mouth hanging open. He shook himself out of it and asked, "Gran, why?" "He's right there. I need to go." "You planning on fighting the BSTRD in a hospital, Toshinori?" Gran asked scathingly. All Might shut up. "Thought so," Gran snorted. He knocked his cane into All Might's leg as he walked in, taking a seat in one of the office chairs. Night Eye nodded at Gran and took his computer back, sitting at his desk once again. "Besides the obvious carelessness of fighting in a hospital, I don't believe he's even at Musutafu General anymore." "Where is he then?" Gran grunted. "Did he escape?" All Might asked, aghast. If that monster had slipped away again after showing his face in broad daylight dash. Night Eye swore. "Night Eye!" All Might exclaimed. "What's wrong now?" Gran demanded. "He's at Tanima Memorial," Night Eye groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. All Might frowned. "Tanima is closer to us, that's a good thing." "Yes, they are closer," Night Eye rubbed his temples, "but they are also extremely frustrating to work with." "Explain," Gran snapped. All Might slowly sat down in another chair to listen. Night Eye hunched over the computer, working as he talked. "Tanima's privacy protocols are draconian, and they are extremely protective of their patients. Patient identities are classified, as are the identities of pretty much anyone who comes through their doors. This prevents any notification from going out to hero or police networks about villains who seek care there for themselves or their families, so long as they stay peaceful within the hospital grounds." "How has this place not been shut down yet?" Gran asked. "Public goodwill, mostly, and precedent. Tanima made some agreement with the HPSC decades ago, and we have been shackled by it ever since. They claim it is to make a safe environment to provide the greatest reach of care, and their PR department has been very successful in convincing the general populace of the policy's efficacy. They aren't entirely wrong. Villains attack the hospital and the surrounding area much less frequently since they know that Tanima and its rehabilitation program are basically their only chance at not being arrested after release. Gran swore. He must have gone there on purpose, All Might muttered. Yes, Night Eye said, it will be a pain to get any kind of information out of them, much less an arrest. Night Eye made a final click on his computer. Blinked. Leaned in closer, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. What is it, Night Eye? All Might asked warily. He was transferred to Tanima's NICU. NICU? Gran asked. Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. Night Eye answered, Tanima has the only level 4 NICU in the region. All Might blinked, then rubbed his temples, thinking. He had done stints visiting children's hospitals before, to cheer up sick little kids who needed a little joy. He'd probably been to Tanima before to do that. But NICU? The NICU is where very ill infants go, isn't it? I was never allowed to go there when I've visited hospitals before, All Might asked, looking up. Night Eye nodded. What is all for one doing in a NICU? All Might asked incredulously. Could be a hostage situation, Gran said ominously. I'll do my best to find out and get you over there as soon as possible, All Might, Night Eye said, pushing up his glasses, but please wait for me to get you that permission. Tanima won't allow you to barge in, and will likely ban you from the grounds. They've done it before. All Might glared out the window. Fine. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Why do I keep calling? I know that you are gone. A heavy sigh. But Izuku is not doing well. There was a heart condition the OBGYN missed in the LTRSNDS, I suppose. His chances are not very good. I will do what I can for him, regardless. Call ended. It had been 1 week since Izuku was born, and Hisoshi could say with certainty it had been one of the worst weeks of his entire life. All of his time had been dedicated to watching Izuku's condition like a paranoid hawk and pestering the staff with questions about even the slightest change. He was not familiar with Izuku's drugs. The only drugs he was familiar with were illicit ones he had a hand in selling. He had no idea what a diuretic did, and his memories of dealing with Yoichi's condition were fuzzy with age, so he was as in the dark as any other parent in this horrid hospital ward. At least the staff understood that no one ever really wanted their child to be in the NICU. Any time Izuku's condition was stable enough that he wasn't worrying, he was sorting through his healing quirks for the umpteenth time. He had a few, but painfully, none of them were applicable. All his healing quirks had to do with healing injuries, but Izuku had no injuries. His body simply wasn't working the way it was supposed to. Even if his healing quirks were applicable, Hisoshi had no idea what he was doing. In trying to help Izuku, he may inadvertently sentence him to death. If he ever wanted to try using one of them, he would have to consult the doctors, and doing that would require giving away his true identity. It was still something he had seriously considered. Nevertheless, Hisoshi decided, at least for now, that he wouldn't attempt to use any of his quirks, at least until he had a clear head. Something he lacked at the moment. It's been 1 week since Izuku was born, and through that whole time he had only slept 3 hours. Hisoshi's stamina quirks could only last so long. His head was full of cotton, and he had begun to tremor slightly, though if that was due to stress or sleep deprivation, or both, was a bit of a toss-up. He had been nodding off more and more frequently, to the point where he had almost fallen asleep standing up. Not eating hadn't exactly helped either. He had been so reluctant to leave Izuku's side that he had not even seen the cafeteria. The only times he had stepped away were to use the bathroom and quickly shove a protein bar in his mouth. In his defense, he didn't really have much of an appetite to eat anything more substantial. At the very least, he hadn't been wearing the same clothes for the past week. One of the nurses had taken pity on him and provided him with some medical scrubs to wear instead of the suit he had been wearing for days. He should have felt enraged at the pity, but at the moment and even now, he just felt grateful. Hisoshi felt a little exposed in something other than his usual button-down, suit, and slacks, but the scrubs were extremely comfortable, so he didn't really mind. Masaru had also called recently and said he and Mitsuki were going to bring him some more clothes, as well as basic toiletries and personal items, since they must have realized Hisoshi had no intention of leaving the hospital, or even the room, until Izuku did, whether that was in a casket or a bassinet. They hadn't arrived yet. Mitsuki was due any day now, so their movements were slow, but he still appreciated the thought. Hisoshi's head pounded in time with his heartbeat. He knew he was pushing it. He knew he couldn't last like this. But he also couldn't find it within himself to actually try to get any rest. Anytime he tried, he was assaulted by the reminder that the last time he slept, when he woke up, Izuku was diagnosed with a dangerous heart condition. If Hisoshi tried to sleep again, who's to say Izuku would even be alive by the time he woke? He couldn't rest. He couldn't miss anything. Izuku's condition was perilous. His tiny son was already hooked up to multiple drags to manage his heart condition, especially since he had started to teeter on the edge of heart failure. He didn't move much. All his energy seemed to be spent on simply staying alive, despite all the machines helping him. And yet, it was still too soon for the corrective surgery that would save Izuku's life. He was too small. Hisoshi sighed quietly, staring into the incubator. Despite his reservations, Sanuki-san, Izuku's doctor during the day, had said that gentle touch was something that would help calm Izuku down, even with his fragile skin and underdeveloped nervous system. He had to be careful though. He had to make sure his hands were clean. He could not slide or rub Izuku's skin because he might hurt Izuku, and he had to make sure that touch was the only STMLTN Izuku was receiving. Speaking while holding his hand would be overwhelming for him. Hisoshi washed his hands 3 times and then sterilized them with fire. Izuku would not be getting an infection from him. And now, for the first time, he had been able to touch his son. Well, technically he could have touched him earlier. He simply hadn't had the bravery to do so. Now he did. Izuku was holding his fingertip. His hand was too small to hold anything more than that, or to even fully wrap around it. His grip was feather-light. Hisoshi could barely feel it. Still, holding Izuku's tiny hand, looking at fingernails the size of the head of a pin, Hisoshi smiled softly to himself. He had always heard the phrase wrapped around their little finger, and thought of manipulating others to do his bidding. He had never understood why that phrase was often applied to little children. He supposed he could see it now. Only a week old, and his little Izuku was already a master manipulator. He was so proud of him it hurt. He moved his finger up and down gently, watching Izuku shift slowly in response. Izuku gripped a little harder for a moment before it became feather-light again. This was the best he had looked since his diagnosis, and he seemed to be pretty relaxed as well. His heart rate was as normal as it could be. He was a little pale, but he hasn't gone blue again in a while, and his movements were slow and relaxed. Hisoshi smiled. He resisted the urge to coo. The door to Izuku's room opened. "Midoriya-san," Anda said. Anda was one of Izuku's nurses during the day, at least for 3 or 4 days of the week she worked. During the time he'd been stuck here, he learned that most of the staff in the NICU worked 12-hour shifts for at least 3 or 4 days a week. Although he tended to see Sanuki-san and Riki-san, the neonatologists, every day during their respective shifts. Other providers, like respiratory therapists or very occasionally pharmacists, especially if he had questions about Izuku's medications, which he frequently did, stopped by, though he had yet to learn their names. Anda was a kind woman with yellow hair, golden eyes, and a rather stout stature. She seemed quite strong, but he had never pressed for her quirk. He had more important things to pay attention to. Hisoshi looked over at her out of the corner of his eyes. He smiled at her, though something clenched in his gut. Anda was normally pretty cheerful, and she sounded reserved right now. "Oh," he asked, "are the Bakugas here?" "No, Megumi Ito, one of the social workers, would like to come speak with you if you have a moment," Anda said with a quick smile. Social work? They had come to talk with him earlier in the week about his home life, to make sure that if Izuku came home, he would be in a safe, stable environment, and he had assured them Izuku would have nothing but the best of care if he came home. They had also come to ask about his well-being, but he assured them he was fine. They didn't push, but it was also clear they hadn't believed him. No matter. He would be fine, so long as Izuku was. But what did they need to talk about now? All right, thank you, Hisoshi said, and Anda nodded before closing the door. Hisoshi sighed sadly, looking over at Izuku again. His baby was still holding his finger, but his mouth opened in a yawn as his leg twitched, a sure sign Izuku was done with touch for a while. Hisoshi pulled his finger away gently, the tip of his finger cold as Izuku's tiny hand left it. Izuku spread his fingers jerkily, yawning again, before slowly settling. Izuku's fingers curled as his chest rose and fell. He wished Izuku's tolerance was a little higher, but it was what it was. Hisoshi ran a hand through his hair, knowing well that it was a futile effort to make himself look any more presentable to the social worker. His suit was lying crumpled and dirty in the corner, he was wearing scrubs that didn't belong to him, and he was sure the bags under his eyes were something to behold. At the very least, he could make sure his hair wasn't a rat's nest. Too soon, the door creaked open, and a woman poked her head through, her quirk giving her the appearance of an anthropomorphic cockatoo. She smiled. "Hello, Midoriya-san. Is now a good time?" Hisoshi forced a smile. "Yes, of course." "Thank you," she said, slipping in and closing the door behind her. "My name is Megumi Ito, and I'm the social worker assigned to your son, Izuku. There is a conversation I'd like to have with you, but it might be upsetting." Hisoshi frowned. His stomach clenched. Something was wrong. Ito continued, "It might be best to not have this conversation next to Izuku. Would you be willing to come to my office or a nearby room?" "I would rather not," Hisoshi said, his hand clenching against the arm of his chair. Ito nodded. "I understand completely, but this is about your profession." "Profession?" His document stated he was a simple salaryman. Hisoshi's stomach dropped. Oh no. The forged documents for his medical history had never been finished. Izuku came too early. He'd been found. He let out a slow breath, his eyes darting to Izuku. He had not moved since he had settled down. His chest rose and fell quickly, his heart monitor beeping away. "I think we should have this conversation somewhere else. I don't think either of us want to risk upsetting Izuku," Ito said gently. Hisoshi stood up, brushing off his clothes. He looked back at Izuku. This would likely be the longest he'd been away from his side since he was born. Hisoshi did his best to sear Izuku's image into his mind. He looked back at Ito. "Very well. Lead the way," All for One said. Ito nodded, pulling the door open and walking out. All for One felt a pull in his chest, from his heart. He didn't want to leave. But he had to do this. Ito led them to an empty patient room nearby, closing the door behind her. She turned around, set her shoulders, clasped her hands, and began to speak. "Like I said before, I'm the social worker assigned to your son. This means that I am here to advocate for you and your son to get you the best outcome possible. I will tell you the situation straight." Ito met his eyes. "The heroes are aware of who you are, where you are, and they are not happy." All for One's lips thinned. All this time, all this work, and he got caught because of paperwork. It would be infuriating if he had the energy to feel that way. As long as you are on our property, they cannot arrest you unless you are an active threat to the patients and staff of the hospital. However, because of your classification, we are not sure how long that's going to last, Ito stated. "You know who I am, then," All for One said. It wasn't a question. Ito nodded. "Yes, I do, All for One." All for One's eyes narrowed. "Then you know what I have done. You know what the heroes consider me. Why are you posing as an ally?" "Because, at least for now, I am," Ito said firmly. Tanima Memorial was named after Minako Tanima, the daughter of the villain Acanthea. She died of leukemia after the healthcare team that should have saved her life decided she wasn't worth it. "This hospital," Ito said, pointing at the floor underneath their feet, "is here to make sure that never happens again. So, again, my job is to make sure that patients and their families, all patients and all families, have the resources they need. Who you are and what you've done outside these walls is not my priority, unless that poses a threat to Izuku's safety." Ito folded her arms, meeting his eyes unflinchingly. "Does it?" All for One blinked. It took a moment for the weight of her question to sink in, but when it did, it threatened to pull him under. Megumi Ito was asking him to choose his empire, that he had worked over a century to build, or Izuku. His brother's quirk, the last thing he could possibly have of him, or Izuku. His immortality, his goals, his dreams, or Izuku. It was a cruel question. He wanted to say it was a ridiculous question. But he thought of the dog days of summer all those years ago, playing with Yoichi, carefree, happy, and innocent. He thought of the worst day in his life, losing Yoichi. He thought of the other worst day in his life, losing Inko. He thought of little Izuku, looking back at him. Baby blue eyes unfocused, but undoubtedly looking at him. No! Hisoshi said, it does not. A grin flashed on Ito's avian face. To his mild irritation, she didn't look surprised. Okay then, Ito said, clapping her hands. Hisoshi barely resisted flinching. He was far more out of it than he had thought. Down to business, she said, pulling a sheet of folded paper out of her pocket and handing it to him. We have a long-standing contract with the HPSC and have worked with other public health and mental health organizations to offer a villain rehabilitation program. Enrolling in that would be your best bet. Hisoshi took the paper slowly and unfolded it. The words swam in his vision. He turned on a sight quirk and forced his eyes to read. Is this program really set up for someone like me? Hisoshi asked warily, reading it again. Technically speaking, the highest tier villain we've had before is C tier, Ito admitted. The tier system is rather arbitrary, but I think we both know there is a difference between C tier and S tier. However, Ito pointed out, a grin flashing, there is no exclusion based on ranking for admittance to the program in the books. We will simply be treading new ground. Hisoshi folded the paper back up, sliding it into one of the many pockets of his borrowed scrubs. Quite. If you are willing, Ito said, we can begin this process today. I cannot promise any outcomes, but it will offer far more protections than simply being on hospital grounds. If you are not will dash. I am, Hisoshi said, cutting her off. What do I need to do? There's paperwork, Ito said dryly. Hisoshi huffed, of course. And you will need a hero to sponsor you, Ito finished. Hisoshi froze. Can it be an employee of the HPSC? He asked. Surely he must have some members from that corrupt hellhole in his back pocket. No, Ito said, it has to be a hero in good standing. And with your ranking, the higher rank the better. Hisoshi closed his eyes, a hand rising to rub at his increasingly pounding temples. F-, he muttered. Still willing to give this a go? Ito asked professionally. Hisoshi sighed. You said it was my best option to keep Izuku by my side, correct? Ito tilted her head to the side and looked away. I may have been lying slightly when I said that. What? Ito shrugged, a sharp smile on her face. I'm pretty sure it's your only option. Against his will, Hisoshi chuffed a laugh. I was going to say yes anyway. The Tanima representative slid a villain rehabilitation sponsor form at All Might. All Might looked down at it. Stared at the picture of All for One. Looked back up. The representative smiled. Looked back down. Looked back up. Looked back down. Looked back up. What is this? A villain rehabilitation form - the representative started. I know that. All Might snarled. He snatched the paper with one hand and balled it up with a vengeance as he stood. No, I am not signing this form for that monster. All Might, Night Eye said, you should at least read it. All Might stared at Night Eye incredulously. Anger festered in his gut. No, I will not. All Might turned to glare. At the representative, is this some kind of cruel joke? No, sir, the representative said easily. All Might, the worst that will happen is you gather intel, Night Eye pointed out. What makes you think anything on here is true, Night Eye? All Might snapped, whipping back around to his sidekick, his fists clenched. Night Eye sighed. We don't know why All for One was found at Tanima, and now a representative from there has just come and handed us information. There is likely to be some truth we can filter from it, Night Eye pointed out. All Might growled. He hated the fact that Night Eye was right. Even a crumb of true information will be more than we have been able to find out in 5 years, Night Eye finished tiredly. He has a point, Toshinori, Gran said. All Might sighed. He picked up the chair that had fallen to the ground when he stood and sat back down. He looked down at the empty table. His lips thinned. The Tanima representative slid another villain rehabilitation sponsor form at All Might. You came prepared, didn't you? Gran grumbled. Yes, sir, the representative said cheerfully. All Might sighed heavily and grabbed the paper, forcing his eyes to look at it. He glared at All for One's picture. The picture smiled back. All for One's red eyes narrowed into heartless slits. The words above his picture read Villain Rehabilitation Sponsor Form. All Might ran a hand down his face, cutting off his vision. He picked up the paper and waved it over his shoulder. I can't do this, you read it, he said. Night Eye sighed, exasperated, but the paper disappeared from between All Might's fingertips regardless. Silence fell as Night Eye read. All Might's hand fell from his face. He stared at the table with a scowl, his fingers tapping. What was the purpose of this? What was he planning? All for One always had one. Well, Night Eye said, shocked. I suppose that explains why he went to the NICU. All Might froze. What? Give me that, Gran snapped. There was the sound of Gran's quirk and the rustle of paper. Gran swore vehemently. What's wrong with you people? Gran snarled at the representative. Why would you keep the spawn of that monster alive? Tanima serves all who walk through our doors with the same care and respect, sir, the representative said professionally. What? All Might repeated. Read this, Toshinori, Gran said, slapping the abused piece of paper on the table. All Might pulled it towards him like the paper was going to bite him. He skimmed it. Actually read it. Read it again. No. Absolutely not. This is a lie. This is us a part of one of his schemes, All Might said, turning to glare at the representative. He smiled at him. Isn't it? Don't kill the messenger, the representative said simply, as if he'd done this 1,000 times. All Might forced himself to take a deep breath. The representative was right. The person he was enraged with was All for One, not a man just doing his job. While I don't doubt this is a trick, Night Eye said, taking his glasses off and cleaning them, something doesn't make sense. There is no clear end goal here. He has to have one. He always does, Gran pointed out. He's probably hiding behind the child while he does something else. All Might slammed a fist down on the table. The furniture creaked. A child? How low can he go? All Might hissed, glaring at the table. How could he not see this coming? There had to be a way he could have prevented this. Tell us more about this supposed child, Night Eye said. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you any more than what is on that form, the representative said, his voice unrelentingly professional. Is the BSTRD still there? Gran asked. Visiting hours are open, yes, the representative replied. All Might snarled, shooting to his feet again. Then I'm getting him. I'm sorry, the representative interrupted, but you cannot make arrests on Tanima Memorial Hospital grounds unless the individual in question is an active threat. He is. Gran protested. All Might gaped at the representative. His professional smile never left his face, his hands clasped neatly in front of him. This is a matter of national security. All Might burst out. And that matter can be handled once he is off our property. He is not an active threat, the representative said, glancing at Gran Torino, who continued to glare at him. How is your facility still open? You lot are just a bunch of villain sympathizers. Gran accused, pointing his cane at the representative. As I said before, Tanima serves all who walk through our doors with the same care and respect, sir, the representative said professionally. He then turned to All Might and said, we have a long-standing agreement with the HPSC regarding our independence as a facility. If you, as a hero and a representative of the HPSC, violate our terms, that will change. I don't think that is something either of us want. All Might snarled in frustration. So we are just supposed to take your word and his word, and just sign this document, Night Eye said incredulously, pointing to the incriminated piece of paper. If you want, you can come and speak with him, visiting hours are open. Just make sure that you are up to date on your vaccinations and that you are not a disturbance. Otherwise you will be asked to leave, the representative said. Silence fell. All Might seethed. We need to know more, All Might, Night Eye said with a long-suffering sigh. I know talking with him is not ideal, but we need to know more. Don't act rashly, Toshinori, Gran warned. I'm going, All Might said, turning to leave. In the end, All Might had to return to his agency and make sure his vaccinations were actually up to date before he could enter the NICU. While he was at his agency, he took the chance to change into some clothes that hadn't just been on the field. The nurses that had turned him away yesterday pointed out that patients in the NICU had immature immune systems and could not fight off infections very easily, infections that could easily come from a dirty hero costume. The absolute last thing All Might wanted to do was harm those infants struggling to survive when they should be thriving. Changing into something clean was the least he could do. He ended up wearing cargo pants, a white t-shirt, and a ball cap, which had the added benefit of letting him blend in a little. Emphasis on a little. This time, when he entered Tanima Memorial Hospital, he was able to get where he needed to be. He was escorted to the entrance of the NICU, where a cockatoo woman in a purple blouse and black skirt was waiting for him. Hello All Might, it's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a grin, her feathers slightly puffed out in what he could only assume was either excitement or apprehension, as she held out a hand. My name is Megumi Ito, I'm a social worker here in the NICU. All Might gave her a grim smile, shaking her hand. Hello. I'm here for Hisoshi Midoriya. Ito nodded. Yes, I'm aware. I was notified you were coming, and Midoriya-san has warned me that you might not be enthusiastic about the sponsor form. That was one way of putting it. I would like to see him, All Might forced out. Of course, Ito said, I assume your vaccinations are up to date. They are, I checked, All Might said, handing her his documentation. Ito scanned them quickly before handing them back. Good, I will escort you in then, Ito said. She clasped her hands together and continued, please be quiet and calm in the NICU, the patients are very sensitive and loud noises will disturb them. As per hospital rules, if you make too much of a disturbance, I'll have to call security and you will be escorted out. All Might nodded, and Ito turned around, opening the doors of the NICU with her keycard. It was much quieter than the rest of the hospital. There were the beeps and whooshes of medical equipment of course, but other than the business talk of the staff, all of whom surprisingly didn't react to him, All Might couldn't say he minded. Not today, and the whispering of families behind closed doors and curtains, it was oppressively quiet. The only door that was open was the one that he was being led to. The inside was dim, as if the lights were low and the curtains drawn. All Might squared his shoulders and readied himself, ready to face him, only to feel like the floor had been ripped out from under him 5 stories high. Because All for One, the greatest villain in Japan, the kingpin of all crime in the underworld, the killer of Nana Shimura, looked god-awful. He had been expecting the monster in his suit, leaning against a crib with a slimy grin, a triumphant look in his heartless eyes. That wasn't what he got. What he got was an exhausted man sitting in a standard-issue hospital recliner, hunched over, his head resting on his clasped hands, wearing scrubs that obviously didn't belong to him. He couldn't see his face, it was hidden, but he could see that his white hair was mussed and tangled, and that there was a slight tremble to his hands. The chair All for One was sitting was positioned as close as it could be to, well, he wasn't sure what it was, but it wasn't a crib. It looked like something that belonged in a laboratory. All Might stared at it warily. Was it a weapon of some kind? Something moved inside. All Might stiffened, preparing himself, only to feel like he had been sucker-punched in the gut. The thing that had moved was a foot. A foot that was barely bigger than the first joint of his thumb. There was a baby in there. A very, very small baby. Could babies that small even survive? Ito closed the door behind them. All for One shifted, and All Might snapped to attention. His blood-red eyes glinted in the dim room. His face was pale, cheeks hollowed out from the weight of exhaustion and hunger, and dark bruises under his wary glare. I knew you would come. All for One was doing this to unbalance him. This was an act, to get the hospital to protect him, so he could see through whatever nefarious plan he had now. Rage flared to life under All Might's breastbone. How dare he? There were no parents around. What had he done to get his filthy hands on this child? Step away from the baby, All for One. All Might growled, his fists clenched. All for One's face twisted into something truly menacing. He did not move. If you think I'm stepping away from my son, you are even stupider than I thought, All for One said, slow and quiet. All Might blinked. He let out a laugh, incredulous. All for One truly had no boundaries, did he? The audacity he had to claim that baby, that innocent infant whose parents he probably killed as his son, and the fact that he thought All Might would fall for it? Your son? All Might scoffed, a monster like you couldn't have a son. All Might motioned to the baby beside the monster. That is just an innocent infant caught up in another one of your horrid plans that has failed. Now I won't say it again, step away from the baby, All for One. All for One stood up slowly, his eyes pinned to All Might's. But he did not step away. Instead, he stepped in front of the baby, laying a hand gently on top of the plastic that arched over the infant. His name is Izuku. My wife, Inko, decided on the name, All for One started. Something in All Might recoiled violently at the thought of All for One having someone he could call a wife. Our relationship was why you have not been able to find me these past few years. Inko died in childbirth, and Izuku was born premature. So, All for One said, his eyes narrowing to cold slits, I'll say it again. Perhaps a little clearer, as well, so your tiny brain will understand dash. All Might growled, if you dash. The only way I would ever leave Izuku's side is if I were dead. All Might stared, his face lax in shock. All for One shifted to stand more in front of the baby, his lips thinned in a grimace. All Might snarled, stepping forward, how dare you take advantage of someone so innocent and fragile dash. A piece of medical equipment alarmed by the baby. All for One whipped around to look at the infant. All Might froze. All for One's eyes were wide, almost afraid, if the word could be applied to him. And the villain had his back turned to All Might like it didn't even matter. Like he didn't matter. All for One put one knee on the chair he had been sitting in and leaned over, resting a hand against the hard plastic covering the tiny infant. His feet were visible again, along with tiny hands as he jerked and wriggled in distress. Was he crying? All Might hadn't heard anything. All Might took a step back. He hadn't meant to disturb the baby. He had gotten carried away. Sure, it's okay Izuku, All for One murmured, it's okay. You're safe here, you're okay. It's okay. There won't be any more scary sounds, I promise. The baby's movement slowed as he spoke, as if he was being calmed by All for One's voice. He never thought, could he really be? No. Rage rose up and filled him to shaking. It had to be a quirk. Nothing else would make sense. A nurse rushed in behind him. Will he be okay? All for One asked the nurse. He sounded like every other concerned parent he'd heard at rescue sites. I believe it was the heart monitor that alarmed. The nurse looked at the baby, checked some of the equipment before saying tersely, he should be fine. All for One let out a slow breath and said, thank you, Anda. It's no problem, my Doriasan, she said warmly, before she turned to All Might and made a shooing motion, now shoo, if you are going to yell, do it somewhere else. I'm not leaving, All Might snapped, though he did make sure his voice was quieter. Too right you are not, All for One growled standing up again and brushing off his scrubs, Ito, where is that room dash? Follow me, Ito said, from where All Might had forgotten her by his side. She turned and opened the door, walking with a purpose. All Might stepped aside and let All for One walk out first. He wouldn't make the same mistake All for One had made, he wouldn't leave his back open. The room All for One seemed to be talking about was an empty patient room. He kept walking even as Ito stepped aside to stand by the door. He stopped at a counter in the room, looking for something. What are you doing? All Might growled. Ito, do you have a piece of paper and a pen? All for One asked with a sigh. Ito walked forward and handed him a paper pad and one of Tanima's branded pens. All for One took them both with a polite nod and set them on the counter. He propped himself up against it, his shoulders hunching and his head bowed. The villain took a deep breath. Then he began to write. What are you doing? All Might repeated, stepping closer. Proving something, All for One said tightly. He clicked the pen with finality, walked up to All Might and held the paper out. It shook. Slightly. There were addresses and names on it. The first address is for the Shimura family. I was planning on giving Nana's grandson a quirk, but I will not be doing so. The father is abusive. Do with that what you will. The second addresses are facilities containing experiments done by myself and a close associate. When the Nomu are in the tubes, they are inactive. Just kill them, they are animal experiments. The close associate's name is Dr. Daruma Yujiko, but his real name is Kyudai Garaki. He works as a pediatrician in Jaku Hospital. Most of the philanthropic projects connected to him are also connected to me. Many of the orphanages he is connected to are also connected to his experiments. You should be able to find them and take them down through that information, All for One said. He shoved the paper at All Might's chest. All Might took it automatically. Now leave. You've upset Izuku and I'm out of patience. All for One said. All Might looked down at the paper, his eyes narrowed. There was every chance this could be the linchpin of All for One's plan, getting him to believe that he was telling the truth, only to ambush any hero operations they undertook and cripple the heroes. But also, All Might looked back up at All for One. His eyes were still slitted, his mouth still pressed into an unhappy line. His face was still pale and gaunt, and the bags under his eyes looked anything but fake. The paper had been shaking when All for One held it out to him, as if the tremor was still there. This isn't over, All Might bit out. You know where to find me, All for One replied, his voice suddenly beyond exhausted. All Might stepped aside and gestured at the door. All for One sighed and walked out. By the time All Might had stepped out after him, All for One was already disappearing into the baby's room. Thank you for visiting, All Might, Ito said beside him. Would you like me to escort you out? Yes, thank you. I would appreciate that, All Might said with a sigh, folding up the piece of paper and putting it in his pocket. Hisoshi collapsed into his chair the moment he was close enough, his throbbing head laying in the crook of his crossed arms. This was day 8 of no sleep. He was more exhausted than he had ever been in his life. His entire body, but especially his eyelids, felt like lead under the effect of a gravity quirk. He was beginning to see things out of the corner of his eyes, paranoia and hallucinations born from exhaustion and stress, he knew, and each and every time he saw one, he jumped to his feet to protect Izuku, only for nothing to be there. After that disastrous meeting, he only felt worse. Specifically, he felt like his head had just met the business end of a rock. Repeatedly. 4 hours. All he wanted to do was sleep. Truth be told, Hisoshi had the suspicion that if he stayed up much longer, he would become a detriment to Izuku's safety, which was the last thing he wanted. But he couldn't go to sleep. He couldn't miss anything. Especially not after All Might had spooked his son. Izuku's heart couldn't handle such things. He couldn't tell if All Might was being purposefully cruel to spite him, or just being an idiot. Hisoshi lifted his head up, rubbing his aching temples as he let out a slow sigh. He just needed to keep going until either he dropped, or until the Bakugas came. They would probably let him sleep for a couple hours. They had been hoping to come yesterday, or was it earlier today? Either way, they would be coming soon. Hisoshi propped his elbows up, balancing his head on his interlaced fingers, and watched Izuku's chest rise and fall. His heart monitor beeped steadily, thankfully back to normal after All Might's outburst. He was curled in a ball, position aids helping him stay in place. He was wearing a tiny yellow hat with a cheerful sun stitched into it. Are you feeling better, Izuku? Hisoshi asked softly, watching his son closely. Izuku's forehead wrinkled, like he was furrowing his brows. His arm jerked up, as if to cover his face. Hisoshi huffed, but said nothing else. Izuku might as well have told him, shut up, but he didn't mind. Hisoshi wanted to make sure he wasn't overwhelmed, especially not after today. He was all too eager to keep Izuku happy and comfortable. He could give Izuku a hand hug to help calm him down, which was essentially just Hisoshi cupping Izuku's tiny feet and putting his other hand on Izuku's head, something the staff had him do to wake up Izuku before they took blood or did a diaper change. They said it was a nicer way for him to wake up as opposed to just being jabbed with a needle, and the consistent pressure was similar to the walls of the womb, so it was comforting to Izuku. He could understand that. That being said, he didn't particularly feel comfortable doing any more than offering his finger to Izuku without staff oversight. Really, it scared him how much power this tiny infant already held over him. Hisoshi had worked so hard, for so long, to make sure he was the one in control, at the top of the food chain, to make sure not even death itself could command him. Yet here he was, answering to the beck and call of an infant that weighed little less than 2 cans of beans. And he wasn't even mad about it. Hisoshi sighed again and put his head in his hands, palms pressing into his eyes to provide even the slightest bit of relief. Contingencies. He needed to think about contingencies. He was locked into the decision to tear down his empire. He had his moment to falter, when Ito and All Might's eyes were on his back. The weight of what he was casting off was heavy. He was throwing away over a century of work. Decades of research, manipulation, connections, and power struggles, all gone from his grasp. All for the chance of keeping his son by his side. Was it worth it? His mind told him no. His mind told him he was being a fool, the kind of fool he had always mocked and used. But the weight of Izuku's hand on his finger was an anchor to his heart, and not even his greed could lead him back to business as usual. He was far past the point for second chances or second guessing, yet here he was. Now he was at the mercy of a society that hated him, desperately clinging to the last of his family. Again. He was sure his brother would be laughing at him now, if he were here. Nevertheless, it was too late for doubts. Hisoshi needed a plan. The chances of All Might actually signing that form and allowing him to stay by Izuku were lower than he really wanted to ponder. So he needed a backup plan for Izuku. He needed a place that would care for him regardless of who his father was. The simple fact of the matter was that Izuku would not be a normal child. He would likely have medical complications from his early birth that would require extra, if not extensive, care. Hisoshi knew he would be willing to do whatever Izuku needed. If he was willing to tear down his empire, he was willing to learn his way around some medical terms and equipment. But would anyone else? He did have some purely civilian contacts who had struck deals with him for quirks and had families. But if he approached them to ask them to take care of his child, they would only say yes out of fear. Or if they didn't say yes, he would have to coerce them into agreement. Regardless, Izuku would likely not get the level of care he needed, and Hisoshi was not going to leave his son in subpar care if he could help it. Was there anyone Inko knew? Someone Inko knew would be better than any of his contacts when it came to childcare. Oh. He was far too tired for this. Mitsuki. Masaru. The Bakugas. They adored Inko, and at least from their calls, were already invested in Izuku's well-being. There were a few problems with them though. For one, they were already expecting. 1 newborn child was plenty of work, so he'd heard, and hoped to find out. 2 would most certainly be overwhelming, both in time and in money. Babies were expensive, medically complicated babies even more so. If Hisoshi had to hand him over to the Bakugas, that would mean that his considerable resources would likely be tied up in the investigations he was now locked into. Perhaps he could donate them some clean money that would not be at risk of confiscation? Or perhaps he could set up a trust fund for Izuku, or sell some stockpiled valuables he likely had somewhere. Hisoshi shook his head. He could think about money later. Right now he needed to make sure Izuku would have good guardians if he was out of the picture. Beyond the money issue, there was also the fact that they did not know who he was. Mitsuki and Masaru only knew him as Hisoshi, Inko's husband. They could very well refuse, once they found out who he truly was. They were still Izuku's best option. Which was well and good, but he needed more than one truly viable option. He had to have more than one backup for Izuku. He just needed to think. Surely there was someone else Inko had known. Hisoshi sat there for who knows how long, thinking in circles. He startled when there was a soft knock at the door. He stared. Malicious hordes glared at him from his peripheral vision. Their eyes and teeth glinted in the shadows, hands clawing at the floor, attempting to bring themselves into being. They reached out to Izuku like hungry sharks, eager to feast, now that his Achilles heel was bleeding into the water. Hisoshi's stomach dropped. Fear was an adversary he had avoided for a long time, but it choked him here, seeping into his body like a parasite. He kept staring at the door. They weren't really there. Izuku was fine. He was not going to be a detriment to his son's safety. It was just a nurse. The nurse knocking had surprised him. That's all it was, he was certain. Yes? Hisoshi asked. The door opened, and Aoi peeked in. Aoi was a night shift nurse, and typically came in on the same days of the week and worked. She had blue skin, which was probably her quirk, and came in every single day with a different pair of shoes. She grinned brightly at him. You have a visitor, Midoriya-san. He hoped it wasn't All Might again. The door opened wider. A head of spiky brown hair came into view, Masaru. It was just Masaru, and the nurse had knocked to let him in because his arms were full of bags. Hisoshi let out a slow breath, forcing himself to relax. Oh, thank you? Masaru said, trailing off. Aoi. Thank you, Masaru said, bowing politely. Of course. Let me know if you need anything, he said, her eyes flitting to Hisoshi, and maybe see if you can get him to sleep, too. Hisoshi huffed, but Aoi was gone before he could say anything intelligent in reply. Masaru turned around. Blinked. Oh Hisoshi, you look terrible. When was the last time you slept? Hisoshi rubbed his eyes and dragged a hand down his face. I'm aware, he said, smiling wryly. As for the last time I slept, I would rather not say. Masaru whistled. All right, well. I'll just help you unpack the essentials, and then you can get some rest. Mitsuki is coming by soon, and we can keep an eye on Izuku, he said, hauling the bags to the couch by the windows, which were drawn to keep the room dim. Hisoshi watched him but made no move to leave Izuku's side. Masaru paused by the hospital bed in the room, which was noticeably untouched. Hisoshi, Masaru said, his fingers stroking the starched sheets, you haven't slept at all, have you? Hisoshi looked away from him, first to his hands, then to Izuku. His chest was rising and falling steadily, his eyes firmly shut in sleep. I couldn't miss anything, he admitted. Masaru walked closer, his footsteps loud in the sterile silence, until he was standing next to Hisoshi's chair. May I? He asked quietly. Hisoshi hesitated. You can talk to him. He doesn't handle touch well, and he hasn't been able to leave the incubator yet, he said. Selfishly, he hoped Izuku didn't have as much of a reaction to Masaru's voice as he did to his. All right, Masaru leaned over, pressing his fingers to the plastic gently. Hello Izuku, he cooed, you were just a bit too excited to see the world, huh? Izuku's only reaction was to shift in place slightly. Masaru stepped back. His beautiful, Hisoshi, he said wistfully. Hisoshi stared at his son. Beautiful would not be the word Hisoshi would use. Tiny and fragile for sure. But beautiful? Izuku looked like a little old man. But Hisoshi tilted his head. Izuku's button nose was small and precious, his tiny hands soft and delicate, his wispy hair endearing. Hisoshi hadn't had the opportunity to see Izuku's eyes much, he spent much of his time sleeping, but he knew they were a sweet, dainty blue. He knew they may not remain so as Izuku aged, but for right now, they were a quintessential baby blue. Izuku's pink tongue pushed out of his mouth, as if he were dreaming of milk, something he was yet to be healthy enough to try. His eyes stung slightly. He supposed he could see beautiful. Here, Masaru said, tugging his arm up, I'll keep watch over him, and you get some rest, all right? Hisoshi hesitated. I'll make sure you won't miss anything. I'll watch him as if he were my own, Masaru reassured. As if he were his own. Hisoshi reluctantly stood up, letting Masaru take his place. Slowly, he let himself meander towards the bed, only to walk past it and towards the bags Masaru had placed on the couch. As if he were his own. As if Izuku were Masaru's own. He knew the Bakugas were Izuku's best backup plan. He knew he needed to tell them that they were a backup plan at all, and presumably why Hisoshi would need a backup plan. He didn't want to ask, because that meant fully acknowledging the precarious situation he was in. But he also could not rest before he asked, because he would never be able to sleep. Making the responsible decision, Hisoshi decided to distract himself by unpacking some of the bags Masaru had brought. He went for the smallest one there. Ah, Hisoshi said, a wistful smile on his face. He knew what that was. Delicately, he pulled the baby blanket out of the bag and let it unroll, holding it up by the corners. The blanket was soft Scottish lace that was a light mint green, little bunnies woven into the design of the blanket. Izuku's name was embroidered in the center. "Oh!" Inko said, hopping to her feet at the sound of the doorbell ringing. Hisoshi looked up from his book with a raised eyebrow, watching her walk, skip really, to the door. Normally he heard all about whatever Inko had coming in the mail. She could never really keep it a secret, always too excited to share what had caught her interest. He found it endearing. There was the sound of tearing plastic in the kitchen of their small apartment. He had wanted to get Inko and him a proper place to live, something spectacular, for the wife that had stolen his black heart, but she was attached to this little apartment so close to her best friend, so he acquiesced. He would convince her someday. A house with a yard was better for the baby anyway. She would see that soon enough. He could probably arrange for one close to the Bakugas. She gasped excitedly in the kitchen. Hisoshi closed his book with a sigh, moving to get up. He wanted to see what his wife had managed to keep a secret. Inko said in sing-song from the kitchen, "Stay there, Hisoshi. And close your eyes. I want it to be a surprise." Hisoshi huffed but sat back, obediently closing his eyes. "I'm at the edge of my seat, Inko." She walked back in quickly, and soon enough, something soft was placed in his hands. Hisoshi peeked open one eye. There was a pile of fabric in his hands. His brows furrowed, and he opened both eyes as he held the fabric up. He blinked. Laughter bubbled up in his chest as he bundled the baby blanket again, running his fingers over the embroidered name in the center. "Inko," he chuckled, "we only just found out the baby's sick. You've already settled on a name?" Inko sat down next to him, her hand on her stomach and a glowing grin on her face. "It's a nice name, don't you think?" Hisoshi leaned over to peck her cheek. "If you like it, I like it." He folded up the blanket, his fingers running over the embroidered Izuku in the center. "How many blankets are we going to have when he is born, Inko?" Inko's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hisoshi burst out laughing. It was the only blanket Inko had managed to get. "Mitsuki made sure that I brought that," Masaru said from his seat by Izuku. Inko told her all about that blanket. "Yes, she was very excited about it," Hisoshi said softly. He bundled up the blanket and ran his fingers over the soft fabric. "I'll have to ask if they can put this in the incubator with him." He walked back towards the bed slowly, looking intently at the patterns on the baby blanket. He sat down on the edge of the bed and ran his fingers over Izuku's embroidered name. He didn't want to have this conversation. But he couldn't sleep if he didn't. "Masaru," Hisoshi started. Masaru peered around the chair, blinking curiously. "Before I met Inko, I was involved in some less than upstanding work, and it looks like it's about to catch up with me," Hisoshi said, still looking at the blanket. "I'm doing what I can to keep custody. But if I can't," Hisoshi looked up at Masaru's shocked expression, "would you and Mitsuki be willing to take in Izuku?" Of course, Hisoshi," Masaru said. Hisoshi slumped with relief. "But I don't think you have anything to worry about. You'll be a great father," Masaru said, forcing his voice to be cheerful. "Thank you, Masaru. It means more than you know," Hisoshi said softly. "Of course," Masaru said. "Get some rest, Hisoshi." Hisoshi lay down on the hospital bed, Izuku's little baby blanket still in his hands. He turned off his stamina quirks and was out the instant his eyelids closed. He did not dream. Hisoshi awoke in spurts, rousing just long enough to shift or register he was still tired before drifting off. Eventually though, he did wake feeling rested enough to not immediately fall asleep again. He sat up stiffly, letting out a jaw-popping yawn as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. There was a weight on his legs. Hisoshi looked down, blinking in surprise when he found a blanket had been draped over him at some point while he was sleeping. It looked like one of the hospital blankets, but he wouldn't be surprised if Masaru was behind it anyway. He was a soft-hearted man. Speaking of, where was Masaru? And more importantly, how was Izuku? "Good morning, sleepyhead," Mitsuki said flatly from the chair beside Izuku's incubator. "Oh," Hisoshi said, "hello Mitsuki. Masaru said you were coming." Hisoshi trailed off, looking for him. He was nowhere to be found. The bags on the couch were deflated, as if their contents had been removed and placed elsewhere. Masaru unpacked the bags for you, since after a few hours it was pretty clear you weren't waking up unless the world was ending, or if there was something wrong with Izuku, Mitsuki said with a snort. Hisoshi's stomach dropped. Is he okay? Hisoshi asked urgently, swinging his legs off the bed, Izuku's baby blanket still clutched in his hand. He's fine, Hikken, Mitsuki said, looking around the chair with a smile, been sleeping the whole time. Hisoshi relaxed slightly. Good. That's good, he said softly. He's a darling, Hisoshi. But, as I was saying. Mitsuki said. Yes, sorry. Carry on, Hisoshi said with a huff of amusement. Masaru headed home a few hours ago to get some rest himself. You've been sleeping for half a day, and to be honest I'm surprised you woke up so soon, Mitsuki said. Hisoshi blinked. Then, you've been here quite a while, he said. Yeah, of course I'm here. I'm not going to leave the kid alone when you're dead to the world. You wanted someone to be watching your little bean, so here I am, Mitsuki said, as if it was obvious. But you're due any day now, Mitsuki. Shouldn't you? Hisoshi trailed off. He wasn't sure where he was going with that statement. Yeah, all the more reason to be at a hospital, doofus, Mitsuki said with a snort. I have an appointment here in 2 hours anyway. Thank you, Hisoshi said. Thank me by taking a shower, Hikken, Mitsuki said, pointing to a closet in the room he had never noticed before. Be glad my morning sickness has passed. Hisoshi stood up slowly, carefully folding Izuku's blanket into a soft square. He opened the closet to find an assortment of comfortable clothes that he was pretty sure he did not own, even though they were all his size. There was only one suit in there. It was the Bakugo brand. He picked out a t-shirt and pair of pants at random. He had never really been one for casual clothes. He was a supervillain and preferred to dress the part, but he supposed the primary role he would, hopefully, be playing for the foreseeable future was single parent, and a suit didn't really fit that role. Besides, if they were as comfortable as the scrubs, he couldn't say he minded. Hisoshi held up the clothes he had picked out. The pants were unremarkable. The t-shirt had suit design printed on it, because of course it did. He snorted. Mitsuki cleared her throat. Hisoshi looked up, an eyebrow raised. And you can thank me even more by eating something other than the protein bars you've been stealing from the nurses, Mitsuki said, propping her head up her hand while she smirked at him. Hisoshi stiffened. That meant going to the cafeteria. But... Hisoshi protested, only for his stomach to protest louder. He winced. Look, Hisoshi, Mitsuki said, setting aside the sketchbook she had been working in and looking him straight in the eyes. Should everything go to plan, yes, Masaru told me what you said, we have questions, Hisoshi winced. Not looking forward to that conversation. Mitsuki continued, but not right now, you're going to be a parent. A single parent, because Inko isn't here anymore. The best thing you can do for Izuku right now is take care of yourself, so that you are in tip-top shape to take care of him. Hisoshi looked down at Izuku's folded-up baby blanket. It felt wrong to leave his son's side, especially for something as trivial as food, but... You got your phone here? Mitsuki asked. Hisoshi looked up. Yes, I do. Then if anything happens, I've got a way to get you, Mitsuki said firmly. Her voice turned softer. You won't miss a thing. Go take care of yourself, Hikken. Hisoshi let out a heavy sigh. All right, I suppose I can't argue with that. He folded his choice of clothes over his arm and walked toward Izuku's incubator. He peered in, watching Izuku's chest rise and fall. His arm twitched, but he kept sleeping. He rubbed the little baby blanket again, reluctant to let it go. I asked the nurses. You can give that blanket to him. Now that it has your scent on it, he might like it more, to be honest, Mitsuki said softly. Scent? Hisoshi asked. Mitsuki snorted. Babies are weird, don't question it. Hisoshi blinked, uncertain. Wouldn't it be an infection risk? But if the nurses said it was okay? Slowly, he slipped his hand into one of the portholes of Izuku's incubator and set his baby blanket down next to him. He waited for a moment, holding his breath. Izuku didn't react though. He just kept sleeping. Hisoshi let out a huff. He supposed not every new thing he did had to have a big reaction. Everything was new to Izuku, and some things simply weren't worth waking up for. That was okay. He needed the sleep to grow big and strong and healthy. He pulled his hand out of the incubator and stepped back, still watching Izuku. Mitsuki shooed him away, and he stepped a little further back. Mitsuki picked up one of her pencils and pet her arm back threateningly. Hisoshi put his hands up in surrender and finally went to go take his shower. The water felt like bliss running through his hair and over his tight shoulders. The clothes were not quite as comfortable as the scrubs, but they were comfortable enough. More importantly though, they were clean and would allow him to go to the cafeteria without looking like staff. Tanima's cafeteria was much nicer than he had been expecting, less like the dreary cafeterias he remembered from his fuzzy childhood and a little more like a food court in a mall. The food was also much better than he had thought it would be, though that could easily be because this was his first real meal in over a week. Still, Hisoshi didn't dally. He would have taken it back to the room, but open food was not allowed in the NICU. He ate his meal, and quickly made his way back to the NICU. Back to Izuku. Hisoshi heaved a sigh of relief once he was back in Izuku's room, immediately heading towards his son. He looked in, setting a hand gently over the top of the incubator as he watched his baby sleep. He hadn't moved since he last left, still sleeping peacefully. Hisoshi smiled softly. So, Mitsuki said, breaking the moment, Masaru said you were up to some shit. Hisoshi sighed, pulling his hand away. He supposed now was as good a time as any for this conversation. Yes. I was, he admitted. He could feel Mitsuki's eyes on his skin. Hisoshi walked away, grabbing another chair and bringing it over. At least that way, he would be at her level, and not standing intimidatingly over her. He didn't want to push the Bakugas away. Mitsuki watched him, her eyes narrowed and her hands folded on top of her belly. Are you a villain? She asked, straight to the point as ever. Yes, Hisoshi said. Is that why you chose this hospital? For the rehab project they got here? Mitsuki asked. Hisoshi snorted softly. No, we came simply because it was the best children's hospital in the region. I would have been able to get my documents forged properly for any hospital but. Hisoshi sighed, looking over at the incubator. Izuku follows his own schedule. Mitsuki whistled. You weren't just some pencil pusher, here? You're a real villain. Hisoshi looked back at Mitsuki. There was a slight tension to her face. Yes, he said simply. Mitsuki sat back, looking at the ceiling as she processed. Hisoshi shifted slightly. He didn't particularly want to admit to being nervous, but the Bakugas were Izuku's best backup plan. He wanted them to be willing to work with him, or at least his son. Look, Mitsuki said after a moment, I'm not going to ask for all the details. I don't feel like going into labor yet. Hisoshi nodded fervently. He didn't want her to either. The last woman that had gone into labor when he was around was Inko, and that hadn't ended well, to say the least. He tried not to think about it. He still missed her. But there's some things I need to know, Mitsuki said. Ask away, Hisoshi said. Did you really love Inko? Mitsuki asked, her voice dead. Serious. Hisoshi sat up, anger sparking in his chest. He knew why she was asking, he knew he was a good actor, but everything with Inko had been genuine, Hisoshi said. Mitsuki met his eyes. Then say it. I loved Inko, Hisoshi said, his voice cracking on the past tense. I still do. Mitsuki stared at him. Hisoshi stared back. She nodded once to herself. Did she know? She knew I was involved in illegal activity. I did not get into details, and she did not ask. Did you ever kill anyone? Yes. Did you ever torture anyone? Yes. Did you ever? Hisoshi narrowed his eyes at her. I have some standards, Mitsuki. You clearly don't have many, she burst out. Hisoshi shrugged at that. True. But he did have some. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Why? Just, why, Hisoshi? I grew up during a war, Mitsuki, Hisoshi said. What effing war, Hisoshi? Japan hasn't been at war in 100 years. Mitsuki snapped. Try 150 years, Hisoshi said slowly. Mitsuki stared, her mouth slightly open. Like I said. I grew up in a war, Hisoshi stated. Not just a war, but an era where simply existing with a quirk was grounds for random people to kill me. I did what I had to do to protect myself. Those who grew up in this era of relative peace will never know what it's like to live in those circumstances. It was a genocide, and I will not apologize for surviving it, nor for how it shaped me. Mitsuki glared. The quirk wars were over a century ago. Hisoshi hesitated. Yes. They were, he said. I remember them well. I thought you said you had standards, old man. Inko was 21 when you met Dash. Hisoshi shrugged again, smiling slightly. I was not the one that made advances, Mitsuki. Mitsuki blinked. She rubbed her face with a heavy sigh. Okay, realizations about my best friend's questionable taste in men aside, you're going to completely change your tune, a tune you've had for a long effing time. Become a good little boy that all the heroes will love, for that little scrap of a human being right there, Mitsuki said, pointing at Izuku. Yes, Hisoshi said, if the heroes will let me. I don't know why they wouldn't. Sounds like an easy way to get a menace off the streets, Mitsuki grumbled. That's the hope, Hisoshi said with a chuckle. An awkward silence fell. Hisoshi sat stiffly. The bulk of the information was out now. He needed to ask again. Did you do any of that stuff while you were dating Inko? Mitsuki asked. Not really. I was largely pencil pushing during that period, Hisoshi admitted. The F does that mean, Mitsuki grumbled, for someone like you? Oh, some cases of fraud, corporate espionage, maybe some bribery, things of that caliber, Hisoshi said. Mitsuki glared at him. That I may have greenlit some other projects during that time as well, Hisoshi admitted. Was anyone hurt? Mitsuki asked. Not severely, Hisoshi said. I guess that's good, Mitsuki muttered to herself. Another silence fell. He was being a coward. Mitsuki. Hisoshi started, only to be cut off. I know what you're going to ask. Yes, we'll still take Izuku in if things go to shit, Mitsuki said. Thank you, Hisoshi said, breathing a sigh of relief. Don't thank me, Mitsuki said, pointing at him, her eyes narrowed to ruby slits. Right now, I'm promising that for Inko and for Izuku, not you, you gotta earn that respect back, Hisoshi. Hisoshi sat back in his chair, a small smile on his face. Understood. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Hello my love. Izuku is managing. His condition is rather precarious, but the doctors think he's a fighter. The nurses too, and tells me she has worked here so long she can usually tell which babies have a spark, as she calls it. She said Izuku most definitely has it, so that's reassuring, though I'm sure she tells that to every parent here. A sigh. There's not much I can do for him at the moment, beyond making sure he's not stressed and keeping an eye on him, which I have been doing. To be honest, you would probably scold me for how persistent I have been to make sure he is watched at all times. A soft chuckle. I have not gotten much sleep, I will tell you that much. I have also been working with the hospital, not Musutafu General, but Tanima Memorial, the hospital you were transferred to before. Well, anyway. I'm working with them to find a way out of my work that will still allow me custody of Izuku. I may have downplayed how illegal my activities were, which I'm sure would have earned me another scolding from you. If that fails, Mitsuki and Masaru have agreed to take him in. Hopefully this will work, and they won't have to though. I love you, my dear. Although it is illogical, I hope these messages reach you somehow. Until next time, Inko. Call ended. Tired. Izuku's condition crashed. Words like ductal constriction and acidosis and renal failure were thrown around. Not long after, Izuku was taken away for surgery on his heart. They were hoping they would be able to wait until he was big enough for a single correction surgery, but he needed surgical treatment now. They would have to use a two-step correction method, which was less preferable, although any surgery on an infant of Izuku's weight was far from preferable. It was incredibly risky. Hisoshi sat in his chair, the monitors silent beside him. He stared blankly at Izuku's baby blanket and tiny sunshine hat, held tightly in shaking hands. What would he do if Izuku didn't come back? He didn't know. He didn't want to know. He wanted his baby back. He wanted his family back. All for One's information was true. All of it. Every single bit was true, and there wasn't a single trick to be found. The first thing they investigated was the Shimura household. It seemed the least likely to have a trick attached, especially since the address All For One had given was in a very residential area. There were no tricks. All Might had knocked on the door to ask if they had been in contact with anyone suspicious, only to have Nana's son slam the door in his face with an enraged snarl. All Might had left his information in the hopes that Kotaro would get in contact with him later, only to receive an excited call from his young children instead. It had been cute, had the call not ended with Nana's son catching them. The argument he'd heard over the phone weighed on All Might's heart. All for one simple statement that the man was abusive weighed heavier still. The rest of the information verification required some measure of research and stealth, which All Might could not provide. Night Eye was happy to help, as was Nedzu. Nedzu wasn't normally brought into hero operations these days, busy as he was with UA, but this was an exception. This was clearly not a normal plot. After research and the recruitment of some underground heroes for physical confirmation from the addresses given, they had their proof that All For One was telling the truth. Which left All Might, Night Eye, and Gran Torino all sitting in Nedzu's office at UA, pictures and research documents strewn about. It didn't make any sense. All Might stared down at the picture of the Nomyu, All For One had called it, floating in a vat of glowing liquid. It was an abomination. A perverse desecration of a dead body. A monster born from the corruption of a corpse. Animal bodies, yes, but it wasn't too much of a logical leap to assume that human bodies would be next. His hand shook as he held the picture, just barely keeping his rage in check. It was clear a lot of research had gone into the production of these monsters. The amount of scientific writing Nedzu had fished up from the Doctor All For One had mentioned was immense, and the ones in the pictures looked developed, and yet All Might had never fought one or even heard of them. All For One was just throwing this project away. Giving it to them in the full expectation the Nomyu would be destroyed, which they would. But still, it didn't make any sense. It would make more sense to give away the location of one warehouse of these things, but he had given all of them, and even the name and location of the presumed co-creator. That wasn't a trick, that was just. With all due respect, Nedzu, Gran said gruffly, sitting back in the chair in Nedzu's office, this doesn't make any sense. It is curious, isn't it? Nedzu said cheerfully, sipping on his tea, All For One has willingly put one of the arteries of his empire on the chopping block. He might as well have put the knife in our hands. It's very interesting. It doesn't make sense, All Might muttered, picking up another photo to glare at. There has to be a trap somewhere. A trick, a plan, he wouldn't. Night Eye cleared his throat. The underground heroes noted that the Nomyu locations and the orphanages were minimally guarded. They were likely relying on secrecy to blend in unnoticeably. Taking these locations down and getting the victims out would be laughably easy, he noted from across the room. It doesn't seem that they've been notified of a leak of their location or connections or anything. But just how reliable is this information? I don't think we should trust anything handed to us on a silver platter by the devil, Gran pointed out. To add, what are we supposed to do after we deal with this information? Night Eye asked. What is the purpose of this truce All For One seems to be attempting? Is this a distraction to keep us busy so that he can go back to business as usual once he leaves that hospital? Nedzu hummed, taking another sip of his tea. I propose a different problem, Nedzu said as he set down his cup. What shall we do if All For One peacefully surrenders? All Might dropped the photo and stared at Nedzu. He could see Gran and Night Eye staring too. That's not possible, Nedzu, All Might said. I disagree, Nedzu said cheerfully. I think it is very possible. In fact, I think that is the very situation we are in. Gran grunted, folding his arms. Explain, so the rest of us non-geniuses can understand. Nedzu squeaked a laugh as he folded his paws in his lap. It's actually quite simple. You would be able to see it as well, if you prevented your biases from clouding your judgment. Nedzu looked up, looking them in the eye in turn. All for One's motives are simple, and the execution of what he wants depends on our decisions, thus his information is trustworthy. And what is his motive then? Night Eye asked, though it sounded like he was expecting the answer. All for One wants to stay with his medically fragile son, who needs care his contacts cannot provide. Therefore, he is surrendering, Nedzu said. Silence. Nedzu took a sip of his tea. You really think that BSTRD has enough of a heart to throw away his entire DMN empire for a dying baby? Gran asked lowly. I don't know. Nedzu said with a smile, but evidence points towards this conclusion. Humans have children that are defenseless and heavily dependent on their caretakers, and that results in biological changes in the parents. These changes, in turn, can result in dramatically changed behavior, although I doubt that is the only reason All for One has chosen to make his decision. For that, we must consider the history of your quirk, All Might, Nedzu said, bowing his head to All Might. All Might narrowed his eyes. What does One for All have to do with any of this? One for All came about because of All for One's younger brother, whom he clearly cared about on some level. Therefore, it is not out of the range of possibility that All for One may be sentimental towards his son, Nedzu pointed out. All Might tapped his fingers, looking off to the side. Nedzu had a point, but we don't even know if that child is his, Nedzu. He was transferred to that hospital. He could have kidnapped that child en route. He could have, Nedzu acquiesced, but for what purpose? All Might didn't have an answer. I think if he's slowing down we should just take the chance to throw him in Tartarus and let him rot, Gran grumbled. I think that would be a bad idea, Nedzu said. Why not? All Might asked. If we have the chance, we shall dash. For all intents and purposes, the main reason he seems to be stepping down is his child, Nedzu said softly. If we rebuke his attempts at peace, take away his chance at being with his son, he may tear the world down trying to get him back. I'm sure we all recall the Arima incident. Heads around the room nodded asynchronously, all except All Might's. That sounds familiar, All Might said, but I don't know the details. Nedzu smiled and took another sip of his tea. Ah, of course. It was while you were in America, wasn't it? I'll explain. Arima was a villain from Hokkaido whose quirk allowed her to accelerate the effects of time within a limited area. She primarily used this for fairly mundane villainy. Robberies were her specialty, and she only had a few deaths to her name until dash. Gran Torino spat out a sharp sheet between clenched teeth. Her kid, he muttered. Nedzu nodded once. Yes. Her child. Someone discovered her true identity, and when social services took her child because of it, Arima began what can only be described as a campaign of terror. By the time it was done, tens of thousands across Hokkaido were dead, and the Seiken Tunnel was damaged enough to be closed for nearly a year and a half. Silence reigned for a few moments before All Might spoke again. I don't see how that matters here dash. It matters because it is a precedent. If a C-tier villain can, in the course of a few days, cause that much damage because her child was taken, imagine what someone like All for One could cause. Well, obviously she was stopped dash. Yes, Nedzu said, something sharp in his tone pinching the edges of the word. When she was killed. Are you certain enough of your ability to kill All for One, should it come to that? The only way I would ever leave Izuku's side is if I were dead. All Might pursed his lips, hands curling into fists. He said nothing. The clock ticked in the heavy silence. Even if he is his biological child, Night Eye said slowly, I'm not convinced All for One would be a suitable father. If anything, the origin of One for All proves that. You have a point, Night Eye, Nedzu said. However, I believe the only way to safely separate All for One from his son without any risk of violence is to convince him the child is safer somewhere else. However, we cannot enter negotiations assuming that is the case. If we do, we risk lowering our chances for a peaceful outcome. If he is willing to cease all villainous activity, something he was not willing to do for his brother, it stands to reason he is willing to take whatever steps must be taken to be a good father. Gran grumbled doubtfully, but Nedzu continued. This must, unfortunately, be a meeting of equals, Nedzu stated. It must be, for the best possible outcome for the greatest number of people. That I can't meet him again, All Might said, running a hand through his hair. I predicted as such. Nedzu said cheerfully, which is why I am going to Tanima Memorial Hospital today. All Might let out a heavy sigh. Can you at least make sure the baby is actually his? Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Call ended. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Call ended. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Call ended. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. A soft sniffle. Call ended. Ring. 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 Chapter text. Nedzu had never been to a NICU before. He was quite curious about them, as he was curious about everything. He had read extensively on the care that took place in a NICU, as well as the typical conduct of healthcare professionals there, but of course reading paled in comparison to lived experience. He had also never negotiated with a supervillain before, an experience he was quite excited for, if somewhat wary. Nedzu was no idiot. He knew the risks involved in negotiating with dangerous humans. However, considering the circumstances, he was not concerned about All for One retaliating, at least not in the hospital. He had his son to consider after all. Although if Nedzu played his cards right, All for One would not be retaliating at all, and Nedzu had a reputation as a card shark for more reasons than one. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was quite eager. He had brought all his vaccination paperwork as required by hospital protocol. Granted, his situation was a little different due to his non-human status, but once it was ascertained he would not be an infection risk, he was let in. A nurse by the name of Anda directed him to All for One's room. She was very professional throughout his interactions, but he noticed stress lining her face, though whether that was because of working with All for One, the condition of All for One's son, or just general work stress was unclear. The door was closed. Nedzu knocked, but no one answered. Nedzu's nose twitched. The smell of milk and sterile medical equipment was strong in this place, as was the steady sounds of said medical equipment. Nedzu was no owl, but he could not hear or smell any of those things from behind the door, though the lack of the scent of milk was not particularly a surprise. According to the hospital report from Musutafu General and his own inferences, All for One's son was likely not old or well enough to handle milk, so he would be relying on for nutrition. He would need to enter to speak with All for One. However, he did not want to get off on the wrong foot, something All Might had contributed to already. Perhaps he could ask Anda again. Never mind. There was the sound of footsteps. His reaction was delayed. Either something was wrong, or he was tired. Either was possible with a premature newborn. Although he did notify the hospital earlier he was coming, All for One may have neglected to heed the warning. Nedzu took a step back from the door, his paws clasped behind his back. No matter. It was time to play. The door opened, and Nedzu looked up at All for One. He was wearing casual clothes, something Nedzu knew was not typical for him, although the t-shirt he was wearing had an image of a vest and bow tie printed on it. There were dark circles under his eyes, matching the dull, almost vacant look on his face. His posture was stiff, the hand against the door constantly tensing and relaxing. His hair was a mess. He smelled of stress. He was also holding an infant's hat and baby blanket in his free hand. It seemed his first guess was correct, something was wrong with his son. A pity. The poor thing had done nothing to deserve it, but such was the way of life. Nedzu knew that all too well. Hello. Nedzu greeted, polite but not cheerful. Cheer would be inappropriate in a place like this. All for One let out a heavy sigh, mumbling, "Come in," as he turned around and walked back into the room. Nedzu followed quickly, closing the door behind him. All for One grabbed a chair and dragged it over to a recliner that was sitting in the middle of the room, which he then fell into with another sigh. His gaze drifted to the empty incubator next to him. His fingers worried at the blanket clasped in his hands. Nedzu climbed into the chair, getting situated. He clasped his paws, letting his gaze settle on the empty incubator as well. It was not the time to play the cards he had prepared. But that simply meant he needed to play differently. "How is he?" Nedzu asked. All for One froze, looking at him slowly. "What? How is your son?" Nedzu repeated, "I presume things could be going better, considering he is not here at the moment." All for One blinked. His gaze drifted back to the incubator. "He's in surgery," All for One said flatly. "Ah," Nedzu said softly, "for what, may I ask?" "Congenital heart defect." "I'm sorry to hear that," Nedzu said, and let a silence fall. He had questions, of course, but he was going to wait and see if All for One offered any more information, as well as give him time to process the situation. One of the most powerful cards Nedzu had in his deck was patience, after all. All for One stayed silent. "What are his chances?" Nedzu asked. All for One let out an unamused huff. "You would have better chances flipping a coin." He paused. They wanted to wait until he was bigger, so they could do just one correction surgery, but... "I see," Nedzu said. All for One sighed. "What is it that you want? I know you're here for something." "I was," Nedzu said simply, "but I think now is not the time." Nedzu slid off the chair, landing on his feet. All for One blinked. "I will come back another time." All for One said nothing. The look on his face was a shocked one. It almost made Nedzu laugh. Of course the villain would be surprised that heroes could be merciful. "I hope the little one pulls through the procedure." "I was looking forward to meeting him," Nedzu said as he walked out the door. "Until next time." "Yes," All for One said blankly. Nedzu closed the door. "Thank you," he heard through the wood. Nedzu's ear twitched. Good game. That being said, he needed a cigarette for his next conversation, which he was most definitely putting off until tomorrow. Izuku came back. Izuku came back. There was gauze taped to his tiny chest, even more monitors and tubes than before. He was still. So still. But his heart still beat. He came back. He lived. Ring. 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 "Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can." Beep. "He made it, Inko." A soft laugh, with a hint of a sob. "He came back, Inko, Idash." Sobbing. Call ended. When Nedzu told them that he would like to delay his report on his meeting with All for One until the next day, All Might had been prepared for the worst. What could possibly give Nedzu pause, to the point that he needed time to process? More than anything, All Might just wanted to barge into the hospital and confront the BSTRD himself, but he knew that wouldn't help, even if a direct, physical confrontation would help his sanity. Needless to say, All Might didn't sleep. He was too wired for that. Yet, when he entered Nedzu's office, the principal of UA looked, well, he didn't look stressed. To be honest, it was hard to tell with Nedzu. All Might sat on the couch, next to a stiff Night Eye and across from a fidgeting Gran. Nedzu poured himself a cup of tea. "Would anyone else like some?" Nedzu asked cheerfully. All Might shook his head. Night Eye and Gran did the same. "A pity," Nedzu said. He drank slowly. "I'm sure you're all quite curious to know what I found yesterday," Nedzu said, setting aside his tea. "What's the report, Nedzu?" All Might asked seriously, "Does direct action need to be taken? Is anyone at risk?" Nedzu hummed, "Yes, direct action. It does need to be taken." The three men waited with bated breath. "I'm going to send him a meal," Nedzu said cheerfully. Silence. All three of them stood up at the same time. "What?" "With all due respect, Principal Nedzu, why dash? Why?" "It is a show of good faith to initiate negotiations," Nedzu explained, completely unfazed. "You mean you didn't start negotiations yesterday?" Gran asked. "Then what was the hold-up for?" All for One was not in a suitable state of mind to begin negotiations. Nedzu said, because his son was in a risky surgery for a congenital heart defect. Night Eye's brows furrowed in thought, and he slowly pushed up his glasses. All Might paused. Bullshit, Gran snarled. While it might feel unbelievable that All for One's mental state might be compromised by something as simple as his son receiving surgery, there was no other way to interpret his actions, Nedzu pointed out. The BSD was probably acting it up. He's just trying to trick us. Gran roared. Toshinori slowly sat down. His gaze fell to his hand. He stared at the first joint of his thumb. He was inclined to agree with Gran, but... Do you doubt my assessment, Surahiko? Nedzu asked, his voice placid and impenetrable. A chill ran down Toshinori's spine. Gran took a deep breath. There was the sound of the couch creaking as he sat back down. No, Gran admitted gruffly, I just don't trust him. Understandable. Nedzu acquiesced cheerfully, but it is worthwhile to consider the ramifications of forcing him to negotiate while compromised, whether or not it is an act. All for One is a clever man and would likely be able to slip out of agreements made while he wasn't at full capacity, per se. He would be able to argue that because he was not in his right mind during negotiations, he is therefore not bound to any agreements made during that time. Gran grunted, which makes it best to wait. Quite. Even if we do wait, Gran said, there's no way of knowing that monster will stick to any agreements. It's not like he has a record of doing anything other than what he wants. True, Nedzu said, but All for One has already made an effort to start good faith negotiations through his given information, which we all know to be true. Therefore, it is only logical that we assume good faith and act in kind as well. Gran grumbled incoherently. We will never make progress in this unique situation if we assume otherwise. Nedzu pointed out. Gran sighed heavily. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. Nedzu squeaked a laugh but said nothing in response. Is the baby going to be okay? Toshinori asked softly into the newfound silence. He felt all eyes turn to him. He kept his eyes on his thumb, his mind overlaying a tiny foot on it. He did not give a DMN how All for One felt, and Nedzu's statement, and what it implied about the villain's status, made him deeply uncomfortable. But that baby had been so small. Could babies that small even survive surgery? Heart surgeries in very premature infants of low birth weight are extremely risky, Nedzu said simply. I have not requested a status update on Izuku post-surgery, which was yesterday. But there is every chance Izuku could have died in surgery, or may die in the days soon after. Unfortunately, it is impossible to tell how okay he will be. Toshinori tried not to think of how small a coffin would have to be for a baby of that size. He failed. The thought chilled him to his bones. If what you say is true, and All for One's condition was truly that, compromised, because of this surgery for his son, Night I said, then I shudder to think of what would happen if he passed. The statement weighed heavily. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about that, Nedzu said softly, that is up to the providers at the hospital. If he's doing this all for that DMN baby, it better not die, Gran grumbled. The last thing I want to deal with is a grieving All for One. Toshinori shuddered at the thought. Hisoshi owed this hospital his life. Now that Izuku had survived this first major surgery, his chances of coming home were much, much higher. He had passed his first hurdle with flying colors. Hisoshi couldn't quite let himself dream about the future, but he was quite close to it. He still hadn't quite processed that the worst of Izuku's challenges were in the past yet. The feeling of intense relief that his baby, his son, his precious little Izuku, was okay had yet to pass. It welled up in him every time he looked at Izuku, and it took everything in him to not give in to tears yet again. He had a reputation to uphold after all, regardless of the fact that the staff of this hospital had seen him go 8 days with no sleep and live in borrowed scrubs because he couldn't bear to leave Izuku's side. And that he was ceasing all villain activity for his child. And that the nurses had started bringing him coffee and attempting to bully him to bed as he rounded on his 3rd day of no sleep again. And that he was currently humming "You Are My Sunshine" to said infant child. Well, he could pretend he had a reputation to uphold. Hisoshi looked over at his baby boy, wearing his little sunshine hat and partially covered with the baby blanket from Inko, and started humming the song over again. Izuku was still ventilated, and he still seemed so tired. He was still recovering from surgery, of course, and he would be for a while. He was barely visible underneath all the equipment keeping him alive, and the tiny patch of gauze on his chest hardly stood out amongst his many wires and tubes and monitors. But his color had never looked better. His lung and heart function were on an upward swing. Hisoshi had never been prouder or more relieved. He desperately wished he could touch Izuku again, or even better, properly hold him, but his state was still fragile, and when it came to Izuku, Hisoshi was nothing if not cautious. To be honest, he could probably hold Izuku's hand again, but he thought it better to wait. Give him just a little longer to recover. He was sorely tempted to use one of his healing quirks on Izuku, especially now that his true identity was out in the open and he had nothing to hide. However, his healing quirks required energy from the person being healed, and Izuku had none to spare. It rankled him that he didn't have any that required energy from the quirk user to heal, but healing quirks were rare to begin with, and he'd had no incentive to search for a healing quirk that would be a detriment to him before Izuku came along. There was the option of giving Izuku a healing quirk as well, especially now that he actually had an injury that needed healing, but if he was wary of using a quirk on his son, would giving him one really be a good idea? It pained him, but he had a feeling it was not. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing either. Izuku had been stressed lately, and almost certainly in pain too, even with painkillers. He wanted his baby boy to know he was there, and he hoped that his presence was a comforting one. So he'd been humming old songs for him, simple, slow melodies that would let Izuku listen to his voice while not overwhelming him. Hisoshi hardly remembered where he knew these songs from. They had likely accumulated in his memory over the years, or perhaps they were some bright fragment from a simpler time. It didn't really matter in the end, what did was whether Izuku liked it or not. Thankfully, he seemed to. His movements were slow, smooth, and relaxed, and his heartbeat was steady and calm. As he hummed, Hisoshi reached down to grab a children's book from the top of the stack he had sitting next to his chair. He stared at the cover with a critical eye. He had never really liked children's books, even as a child, and it seemed like the genre had hardly gotten more interesting. The staff told him that reading to Izuku would do him well, since it would let him listen to Hisoshi's voice and increase his language skills later on down the road, hopefully. He still didn't really want to read them. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish hardly seemed like STMLTNG literature. Indulgently, Hisoshi wondered if it would be inappropriate to read Izuku quirk theory. Now that was something interesting. Hisoshi looked away from the book, his eyes resting on Izuku. He was lying on his back, his hands tucked near his face and legs curled up, his position kept with the help of position aids. His chest rose and fell in time with the ventilator. His eyes were closed most of the time, but Hisoshi did sometimes see his eyes peek open to look around. Izuku had no understanding of what he was looking at. The only thing he knew how to differentiate was faces versus things that are not faces, and even then, his understanding of what a human face looked like was likely rudimentary. He did not know how to count, what colors were, he did not know even a single word. So in a sense, Hisoshi supposed, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish was very advanced literature for Izuku. Which meant he probably shouldn't try to get away with reading him the latest advances in quirk science. Hisoshi stopped humming, letting out a sigh. The things I do for you, Izuku, he said to himself, bending down to look at the stack of books to see if there was anything slightly more interesting than Dr. Seuss. Izuku jerked in his periphery. Hisoshi stopped, his head jolting up to look at his son. Izuku's face was scrunched up and he kicked out a leg unhappily. Hisoshi sat back with a small laugh and set one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish back on the stack. He went back to humming, and slowly but surely Izuku relaxed again. Seemed Izuku wasn't in the mood for Dr. Seuss either. Aoi failed to bully Hisoshi into sleeping that night, but at least one of the other nurses, Shinsu, he thought, provided him with coffee. And brought another cup in the morning, along with a delivered package of food. This was sent for you, Anda said cheerfully, handing him the package. Hisoshi stared at the package warily. He hadn't ordered food. He didn't remember ordering food. Did he forget? He thought was handling the sleeplessness better this time, but… Oh! There was a note on top. He didn't order food. He hadn't forgotten that, so he was handling the sleeplessness better. He took it slowly. Thank you, Anda. No problem. You still can't eat it in here, I'm afraid, so when you're ready, do you think you could take it to the cafeteria or out in the hall? Anda said. Yes, of course, Hisoshi said absent-mindedly. He would never eat food in here if it posed any threat to Izuku's health, much less food from a mysterious source. Even if it did say it was from Nedzu on the outside of the note, taking things at face value was something only fools did. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Oh, and also the Bakugas wanted me to let you know they were coming, Anda said. Thank you, Hisoshi said, and Anda closed the door quietly behind her. Hisoshi glared at the package. He turned on an infrared quirk and an X-ray quirk, but he saw nothing other than a warm blob, which could easily be food. The food could be poison though. Hisoshi pulled off the note slowly, ready to punt the package away if it showed any sign of exploding or anything of the sort. The sound of the tape pulling off made him flinch. The package did not explode. Hisoshi grumbled under his breath about losing his touch. He set the package down on a table near the couch, far away from Izuku, who was sleeping peacefully, and opened the note. The letters swam a bit, but with a little squinting he could read fine. He didn't need the sight quirk this time. Hello. I hope this care package finds you and Izuku well. New parents are well known for being overworked and tired, so I hope that you find this dish rejuvenating. You may also consider it a thanks for your initial information and a good faith initiation to the negotiations of your retirement. Hisoshi snorted. Retirement? That was one way to put being caught like this. I plan to visit in the next few days. See you soon. Nedzu. Hisoshi raised a brow at the note. A good faith initiation was nice and all, but he was very aware that it would be easiest for the heroes to simply kill him, give Izuku to whomever they saw fit, perhaps even leaving him to the claws of the HPSC, and be on their merry way. Nedzu was clever enough to know that, and to know that Hisoshi would. Know that, so truly, he had to wonder why the Chimera would be so obvious. Perhaps because Nedzu knew that he would think this was an attempt on his life and that Hisoshi would wonder why he was being obvious, in the expectation that he would wrap around to assuming the food was harmless? He set aside the note with a sigh. He was far too tired for these mind games. Regardless of whether Nedzu would ask about the food next time he came, and there would be a next time, it was safest to simply ignore the offering. Before he could sit down by Izuku again, there was a knock. Hisoshi? Can we come in? Masaru's soft voice floated through the door. Hisoshi huffed, a small smile making its way to his face. After the last meeting he'd had with Mitsuki, he hadn't really expected to see them again unless something went wrong and Izuku needed to go to their care. Then again, the Bakugas had always been very involved in Inko's life. Even though she was no longer here, he supposed they were still invested, if only in her son's well-being. That was fine. He understood. Hisoshi walked over and opened the door. Masaru's fist hung in the air, and he blinked stupidly. Mitsuki stood behind him, talking to a nurse. Hello Masaru, Hisoshi said, here to see Izuku? Oh, well, yes, Masaru said, pushing his glasses up, but we're here to see you too. Now it was Hisoshi's turn to blink stupidly. Masaru smiled, I'm glad to see you looking. Masaru tilted his head, his eyes taking on an analytical gleam. Well, not good, but at least not as terrible as before. Hisoshi barked a laugh. He hadn't expected that from the soft-spoken man. Thank you, Masaru. Your care is appreciated, Hisoshi said as he stepped aside to let the couple in. Masaru smiled and nodded, then made a beeline for the incubator. Hello Izuku, Masaru whispered in sing-song, you had us all so worried, but look at you now. You look so much better. Mitsuki walked in after, pushing him away from the door and towards her husband. Go talk to Masaru, he's been worried sick. Hisoshi held up his hands in surrender and made his way back to Izuku. He was loath to leave his son's side anyway, so he hardly needed encouragement to go back. Hisoshi sidled up to Masaru and joined him in looking down at Izuku. His son was buried in wires, tubes, and sensors. He could barely be seen amongst them. His chest rose and fell in time with the ventilator. He had gained some weight since his birth, but he still looked nothing like a normal newborn. "How did the surgery go?" Masaru asked softly. "He handled it well," Hisoshi replied just as quietly. "They were only able to do a patch job. He will need surgery again before his first birthday." "But he'll reach his first birthday?" Masaru asked. Hisoshi smiled, laying a hand against the incubator as pride swelled in his chest. "He should, as long as it's smooth sailing from here," Hisoshi said. "Thank goodness," Masaru breathed, "thank goodness." Hisoshi nodded, easily, able to understand Masaru's relief. He had quickly learned to understand Inko's hatred of rough tissues, after Izuku had come back. "Hisoshi," Masaru started, pointing to the recliner hesitantly. "Do you mind if I sit here for a bit? I mean, you probably need a break, right?" Masaru asked with a hesitant laugh. "Mitsuki said she had to kick you out just to eat last time." "Ah?" Hisoshi said, looking aside. "Yes, well, that is true, but I don't really mind staying with you and me." Hisoshi looked around. Mitsuki was gone. So was the food package. His stomach dropped. Mitsuki was Inko's best friend. Mitsuki was PRGNT. And that food might be poisoned. On second thought, Hisoshi said, looking back over at Masaru with a smile that hid his inner anxiety, "I could probably stand some food." Masaru smiled back and sat down. "Yes, of course. Go eat, I'll keep an eye on him. Masaru said, looking at Izuku, "want to process that he's okay." "Of course," Hisoshi said as he made his way out. He had needed to do the same thing after Izuku had come back, not that he would admit it to anyone but himself and the security camera in the corner, and the nurses that had come to check on Izuku. "I'll be back soon," Hisoshi said. Masaru shooed him out with a gentle but firm "go eat." Hisoshi looked back at Izuku again before forcing himself out of the room. The door clicked quietly behind him, but it felt so much louder. Hisoshi scared in a deep breath, and forced his fingers to let go of the door handle. He had a responsibility to Inko's memory, to the people she had chosen to care about, to the people who aided him. He needed to find Mitsuki. He still turned on an enhanced hearing quirk and made sure he could hear Masaru and Izuku before he left to look for her. Thankfully, a few questions to the nurses and a little wandering later, he found her on a bench in a hallway outside the NICU. She sat with the box balanced on her belly, cheerfully munching on her stolen food. Hisoshi marched forward and went to snatch it out of her hands. Mitsuki dodged his grab, moving the food out of his reach with a chipmunk-cheeked snarl. He could force it out of her grip, but he was already on thin ice with her, and he didn't want to take his chances. Hisoshi stood up straight, glaring down at her. "Mitsuki, why are you eating that?" he demanded, his voice low and soft. Mitsuki huffed, leveling her own glare at him. "Because it's fancy but food, you weren't eating it, and I'm hungry. It could be poisoned." Hisoshi hissed. "I'm not dead yet," Mitsuki said spitefully and took another bite while looking him straight in the eyes. "Mitsuki!" Hisoshi snapped, looming over her. Mitsuki took another bite, making an obnoxious sound at the same time. He sighed heavily, one hand pinching the bridge of his nose. Hisoshi held out a hand and said, "Give me some of that." "Hell no!" Mitsuki said, her eyes narrowing. "My food now." "I want to check if it's poisoned," Hisoshi said. "How the hell are you gonna do that, here?" Mitsuki challenged. "I'll use a quirk for it," Hisoshi said tiredly. "Your quirk is Fire Breath Dash. Sheet." He had told the staff the truth of his quirk shortly after his identity was revealed in what he was sure was the most interesting medical history interview they've had to date, but he had forgotten that was one part of the truth Mitsuki did not know yet. "Too late now. I'll use a different one." Mitsuki blinked. "Different quirk?" Hisoshi said nothing. He made a grabbing motion with his hand. Mitsuki huffed, still guarding her stolen goods. "If it's so easy for you, why didn't you do that the first time?" "Because I am tired and did not want to." Hisoshi snapped. "Baby," Mitsuki said, smirking. Her guard dropped. Hisoshi let out another sigh, turned on a speed quirk, and stole the shrimp tempura out of her chopsticks. Hey! He turned on a poison detecting quirk and took a bite. It's clean, Hisoshi huffed, stuffing the rest in his mouth. It was very good. And as much as he was loath to admit it, he was hungry. Mitsuki snorted, I coulda told you that. She waved a piece of gyoza in his face, seemingly making it her purpose in life to be annoying. No, you couldn't have, Hisoshi said, glaring. Mitsuki gave him a sheet-eating grin. Hisoshi grabbed her arm, snatched the gyoza, and ate it. That didn't seem so hard, Mitsuki said teasingly. Hisoshi grumbled. He'd finished what he came here for, he'd made sure Mitsuki was safe. He should just leave, go back to Izuku and let her finish her meal. But he looked over at his stolen food sullenly. The tempura was delicious. The gyoza too. He hoped his stomach wasn't going to give him away like last time. He was not going to beg for his own DMN food back. Mitsuki scooched over and pulled another set of chopsticks out of her purse. Hisoshi looked at her warily. Come on, sit, she said, patting the bench seat next to her. Why do you have chopsticks in your purse? Hisoshi asked. Masaru always drops his, Mitsuki said. What are you waiting for? The food is only gonna get cold, you know. I'm fine, Hisoshi said, pointedly ignoring the empty hole in his stomach. Bullshit. I know you're hungry, Mitsuki said. I can eat in the cafeteria again, Hisoshi pointed out. Not that he was going to. Mitsuki gave him a look. Like you really want to be that far from your kid if you can avoid it. Hisoshi winced. She was right. Come on. Eat before I take all the shrimp tempura. Hisoshi snatched the chopsticks and sat next to her, pointedly stealing some of the shrimp. So, different quirks. Spill, old man. Hisoshi sighed. He knew being honest about his quirk would result in this, but he really didn't want to deal with it right now. Later, Mitsuki, Hisoshi said tiredly. Later means never with you, Hisoshi, Mitsuki retorted. Tell me. Why? Hisoshi said, with a microscopic hint of a whine. Mitsuki snorted again. What, can't a woman ask her dead best friend's villain husband what his real quirk is? Mitsuki. Inko may not have wanted the details, but I do. Mitsuki said, pointing her chopsticks at Hisoshi's face threateningly. Hisoshi swallowed and took some rice. The details aren't pleasant dinner conversation. Mitsuki rolled her eyes. You think I don't know that? Hisoshi stared at her out of the corner of his eye. Mitsuki sighed. Look, I don't need all the nitty-gritty, gory details, but I do need to know more. I'm not leaving Inko's baby with just anyone. Her voice cracked as she spoke. Neither of them acknowledged it. I had your seal of approval before, Hisoshi pointed out. Mitsuki bonked him on the head with a fist. Oh, Hisoshi grumbled, rubbing his head. What was that for? For being an idiot. Mitsuki shouted. Hisoshi flinched. He'd forgotten how loud she could be. For some ancient supervillain you can be really stupid, you know that, Hisoshi. Mitsuki said. I haven't slept in 4 days. Hisoshi protested. Then sleep. Mitsuki roared. Hisoshi covered his ears. Then no one will be watching him. You're in a effing hospital. Can you be a little quieter? Hisoshi asked, exasperated. His head was starting to pound. Mitsuki threw her head back and groaned. What? You turned on some old quirk so you can listen to Izuku from out here or some shit? Hisoshi said nothing. Mitsuki hit him on the head again. Merciless woman. As I was saying, I had your approval before, Hisoshi said, changing the subject before he could be ridiculed anymore. Mitsuki glared at him. Yeah, before I found out what your real job was. Come on, Mitsuki said, taking another bite of the now cold food and wincing. You at least owe me what your actual effing quirk is. Hisoshi let out a heavy sigh and set down his chopsticks. He looked around, checking the hallways for passers-by and the corners for cameras. My real quirk is called All for One. I can give and take quirks. Happy now? Mitsuki's eyebrows skyrocketed. I thought that sheet was just urban legend. No, it was me, Hisoshi admitted. Mitsuki said, setting her own chopsticks down and staring into the distance. The food sat between, cold and unfinished. A nervousness was building in Hisoshi's stomach. He resisted the urge to fidget. Mitsuki would not abandon his son because of his own quirk. She would not. She was too stubborn to do that, he was certain. Right? Did you seek out Inko as a quirk marriage type deal? Mitsuki asked, her voice level and neutral, so your kid could take quirks from a distance. Mitsuki, Hisoshi started slowly, I was not the one that made advances. Our relationship was not some grand plan of mine. It was not planned at all. It was an impulse decision. He looked away, staring in the direction of where Izuku lay. He could hear the beep of Izuku's monitors and Masaru murmuring gently to him amongst the hustle and bustle of the staff and other parents and patients. Many of my other projects were in the long game, and I was bored, he said, his voice soft. I had never thought of having a relationship. I had never had one before, nor had I ever wanted one. It would have been a distraction and a liability to my work. But at the time, I was in need of something to do, so when Inko asked, I said yes. I was not planning on getting attached, but I did. He could feel Mitsuki's eyes on him. It was not a kind feeling. Besides, Hisoshi said, looking back over at her, All for One is a first-generation meta ability. There is a high likelihood that Izuku won't even have a quirk. Hisoshi looked down at his hands and mumbled, He's had a bad draw from my genetics already, so I wouldn't be surprised. But I still don't trust you. You trust me enough to eat my food, Hisoshi pointed out. Yeah, 'cause I trust the effing principle of UA. If you had made me food right now, or even given me a drink, I would have thrown it in the garbage, Mitsuki said sharply. Hisoshi sighed. He couldn't say her comment was unwarranted or unfounded, but it was unpleasant to hear that someone he trusted with Izuku's life didn't trust him enough to take a cup of coffee from his hand. Don't think you can pout your way back into my good graces, Hisoshi. You lied to Inko about a lot of really big, really important shit. And because you were selfish, playing house with my best friend, you're putting her son in the line of fire, Mitsuki said. I never meant for it to be this way, Mitsuki, Hisoshi said softly. Yeah, 'cause you never meant to get caught, Mitsuki snapped back. That means jack shit to me, Hisoshi. Hisoshi said nothing, looking away. Hey, look at me, Mitsuki said. Hisoshi looked over. Mitsuki's eyes were rock hard. I'm not giving you my approval back easy. You've got to prove to me that you were worth what Inko gave you. Hisoshi set his jaw and nodded. Yes, Mitsuki huffed and picked up her chopsticks and the food again, poking at what was left half-heartedly. You got any stupid quirks in there? Or anything that would warm this stuff back up? Yes, I can, Hisoshi said as he took the food and turned on a weak fire quirk, warming it with radiant heat from his palm. They sat in silence, waiting for the quirk to work like a particularly old, dying microwave. I have one that allows you to shoot a laser from your belly button, he said after a while. Mitsuki snorted, Why would you want that? I didn't, Hisoshi said dryly. Mitsuki laughed. Hisoshi smiled. He set the food down between them again once it had gotten warm enough to be palatable, and they finished it off. Hisoshi folded the box up so he could dispose of it in a nearby trash can when they eventually went back to the NICU. Hey, Mitsuki said slowly, can you go get Masaru for me? Hisoshi pouted, Why? Do you dislike my company so? And here I thought we were starting to make up. Shut up, you, Mitsuki said with a tight smile, bonking him on the head again. Hisoshi grumbled. No, I think my contractions started, Mitsuki said. Hisoshi stared. He felt all the blood drain out of his face. Contractions. Screaming. Crying. Blood. Then she was gone. Hisoshi! Hisoshi scrambled off the bench in a graceless jumble of limbs and ran to the NICU, yelling for help. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Mitsuki has gone into labor. I hope it goes well. I miss you, love. Call ended. Just before the slide of midnight, Hisoshi received a text from Masaru. Katsuki was born about an hour ago, and doctors are doing checkups now. He and Mitsuki seem to be doing fine, Although Mitsuki would very much like to know where you got that tempera, she wants more. Hisoshi stared at the phone. Good to hear. I'll ask Nedzu. Are pictures incoming? A moment later, 2 pictures came in back to back, one of Mitsuki smiling more gently than he had ever seen down at a swaddled bundle, and the other of said swaddled bundle, red-faced and screaming. Apparently young Katsuki had inherited both Mitsuki's hair and temperament. He looks healthy. Hisoshi closed his phone after replying and stared out the window, unsure of how he felt. Hisoshi hadn't heard much from the Bakugas since Mitsuki went into labor and they were whisked off to labor and DLVY. He could not deny the anxious stone sitting in his gut. He knew Masaru had last said Katsuki and Mitsuki were doing fine, but the doctors had said that to Inko too, right up until everything went very wrong very quickly. It was unnerving to have such little news. He couldn't help but feel that if something were to go wrong, it would have meant he failed Inko. Beyond their importance to his contingencies for Izuku, Mitsuki had been Inko's best friend, and Masaru a close friend as well. Now that Inko was gone, all he had left of her was Izuku and the Bakugas. He needed to keep them safe. However, he refrained from pestering them. Hopefully, they were just enjoying their new baby, and contacting Hisoshi had simply fallen from priority. In the meantime, Hisoshi distracted himself by watching Izuku and entertaining him as much as he was able. Hisoshi stared into the incubator, watching Izuku suckle on a pacifier. He was big enough to start using it now. Once he had started showing signs of suckling, he was given one. In an effort to start his switch from 4 nutrition to milk, the pacifier was dipped in milk from the donor bank. Izuku seemed to like the taste of it, though he wasn't very good at using it yet. His suckle was weak, and the pacifier kept falling out of his mouth, but it was still impressive progress. He was growing up so quickly. His eyelashes and eyebrows were finally grown in, he was becoming more responsive and vocal about his likes and dislikes, and he had even put on some weight. Granted, he was still behind most infants his age, but still. He was so big now. He was almost a kilogram. He was still on ventilation, still recovering from surgery that had left a patch of gauze on his chest and earned him more medical equipment. The surgery had been less than 5 days ago but felt like an eternity. Every day in this ward felt like an eternity. Hisoshi smiled at his son, a warm pride filling his chest until it felt full to bursting. Izuku was doing so much better. He had never felt this proud of anyone. Hell, he had never been this proud of himself. Yet here he was, about to pop with pride over a baby that had finally figured out how a pacifier worked. Reality was truly stranger than fiction, sometimes. Izuku's pacifier fell out of his mouth. Oops, Hisoshi murmured softly. He stood up, his back stiff from sitting so long, and walked to the bathroom to wash his hands before reaching into the incubator carefully. Let's fix that, shall we? Hisoshi said as he picked up the pacifier and oh so gently pushed it back into Izuku's mouth. Izuku sked it right back in, returning to suckling as if he had never dropped it. Hisoshi beamed. Izuku shifted slightly, a hand reaching out as he stretched his arm. Hisoshi hesitated. He had already spoken to Izuku, and he didn't want to overwhelm him, but Hisoshi put his finger in Izuku's little hand. Izuku immediately grabbed back, his tiny fist tight against his finger. Hisoshi blinked in surprise. His grip was much stronger than it had been the first time. The last time he had barely felt the curl of Izuku's fingers over his. This time Izuku was truly gripping it. Hard. Hisoshi's grin grew wider. The feeling in his chest grew impossibly larger. Good job, Izuku, he mowed, good job. Hisoshi read the text over again. I'm sorry I wasn't able to text you sooner, but Mitsuki and Katsuki are still doing okay. They should be good to come home in a few days. I won't be able to stop by for a bit, but try to get some sleep, okay? I know you were worried, but everything is going to be fine. He had been worried. His reaction to Mitsuki saying her contractions had started may have been a bit much, but he didn't think anyone could really blame him. His wife had died in childbirth. He didn't want to see that happen to her best friend. Luckily, it hadn't. It was a relief, truly. Hisoshi was glad Mitsuki and her baby were doing well. But there was some other feeling growing under his breastbone. It was one he was familiar with, although it was usually in the context of quirks. He was jealous. Jealous of the fact that Mitsuki's labor had gone smoothly, that her baby had been to term, while Inko's had gone so very, very wrong. He had dreamed of that happy moment, welcoming Izuku to the world with Inko. That didn't happen. He got a nightmare instead. It wasn't fair. Hisoshi sighed, watching the screen go black from inactivity. He knew the world wasn't fair, and crying that it wasn't was something he should have gotten over centuries ago. He wanted Inko's best friend to be happy and healthy. He wanted the Bakugas to be by his side in case something went wrong, and there was nothing he could do about his situation. It was as simple as that, and he just had to deal with it. He shoved his jealousy to the side and hoped they would send more pictures of Katsuki soon. It would probably be as close as he would be able to get to their son for a while. There was a knock at the door. Yes? Hisoshi called, putting his phone in his pocket and looking up. Shinsu, a nurse with permanent eye bags and unruly black hair, peeked his head in. Nezu-san is coming to visit soon. Just thought I'd let you know. Hisoshi resisted the urge to ask if the rat could delay. He knew the answer would be no. Thank you for telling me, Hisoshi said tiredly. Shinsu nodded and the door closed again. Hisoshi rubbed his temples. How many days had he gone without sleep now? Was he at 5 days again? Or was it 6? He couldn't remember. He was almost tempted to go to bed, forcing Nezu to talk with him at a later date. However, that would leave Izuku in the room with no protection from Nezu, and that simply wouldn't do. He would just have to hope that Nezu's mind games were on easy mode today, because that was probably all he could handle. He needed to find a way to get some actual sleep. If he was going to be in negotiations over his retirement with Heroes, he needed to be at the top of his game, not one stressful event away from a break with reality. Although his brother would probably say he had that a long time ago. The second knock at the door came far too quickly. Hisoshi let out a heavy sigh, scrubbed his hands through his hair, and stood up to grab Nezu a chair again. Come in, Hisoshi said as he dragged the chair closer to his own. He fell back into his own hospital-issue recliner as the door opened and Nezu entered. Hisoshi clasped his hands and leaned over, glaring over his hands at Nezu. Nezu's nose twitched in the air, beady black eyes inscrutable. It was hard to tell where he was looking or what he was thinking. Hisoshi resisted the urge to twitch under the weight of his eyes. There was a reason he had avoided the principal of UA. As smart as Hisoshi knew he was, he feared Nezu was smarter. It was stupid to pick a battle he was not certain he could win. It was just a pity he'd been thrown into it anyway. It seems your son is with us today, Nezu said cheerfully, folding his paws behind his back. May I see him? Hisoshi stiffened. He did not like this. This felt like a test. He did not want to let the hero see his son. He was too vulnerable, too delicate. But he was supposed to believe they had entered good faith negotiations, and if he showed signs of not trusting the heroes, then it was not outside the range of possibility that they might see him as untrustworthy as well. He needed this to work if he wanted to keep Izuku by his side. He needed this to work. Stiffly, Hisoshi nodded. Nezu would need something to stand on to see Izuku. But Hisoshi made no move to get something for him. If he was that invested in seeing his son, Nezu could do it himself. Nezu tilted his head to the side, black eyes burning a hole into his body. Thank you, Nezu said with a smile, I'll be right back. The Chimera turned around and walked out the door. Hisoshi let out a slow breath and tried to force his body to relax. Good faith negotiations. That meant they couldn't hurt Izuku. And if they did, he would raze them to the ground. Nezu returned too soon, a small stool dragging on the floor behind him. He set it up next to Izuku's incubator and hopped on top of it smoothly. Hisoshi watched him anxiously. Izuku had been showing signs of waking up earlier and was now somewhat active. His eyes were open and he was shifting in place a lot. He did not move nearly as much as a full-term baby did, and his movements were far more jerky and uncontrolled, but he was still moving a lot more than he had before. Hisoshi thought it was a good sign. Hello, Nezu said simply, tilting his head. Nezu's head was placed right in the center of Izuku's field of vision. His son stared at Nezu with unfocused eyes. I must be very curious to you. I do not have a human face, do I? Nezu said, watching his son. Izuku blinked, his tongue pushing out of his mouth. He wanted his pacifier. Hisoshi would give it to him, but his hands had just been touching his phone, which was dirty, and giving Izuku his pacifier would require washing his hands, which would require leaving Nezu alone with Izuku, so that would have to wait, unfortunately. Izuku's gaze shifted away and he turned his head, looking out into the room past both of them. Or perhaps I am not very interesting to you at all, precisely because I do not have a human face, Nezu chuckled. That is quite all right. You will have time to be curious later. He stepped down, walked back to his chair, and jumped up on it smoothly. He folded his paws in his lap. There was a smile on his face, but it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. What do you want? Hisoshi asked. Nezu chittered a laugh, skipping the niceties. I welcomed you in and got you a chair, Hisoshi pointed out, but yes. You and I both know that the reason you are here is not to visit my son. You wanted negotiations, so that's what you will get. Nezu tilted his head, his smile widening. Smiling like that, Hisoshi could see sharp teeth glinting behind the chimera's rat-like incisors. His black eyes shone coldly. Nezu may look like a rat, may joke that he is part rat, but there was something undeniably predatory about him. Objectively, it was far more likely Nezu was a chimera of some kind, almost like the Nomu, but far more successful. He had long been curious about Nezu's origins but knew better than to attract his attention by looking into it. It was unknown if Nezu's quirk was natural or the result of the experiments that had been done on him. Still, it was uncomfortable to be stared at like he was a particularly interesting prey animal. It brought back memories he had long tried to forget. Humans were known to be cruel when they decided another person was not truly human. Hisoshi resisted the urge to move in front of Izuku protectively. Very well, Nezu said, let's begin then. Hisoshi nodded. The first order of business is to schedule a regular time for more in-depth negotiations. As you may be able to predict, I will not be the only individual negotiating with you, Nezu said. Who else will be there? Hisoshi asked. All Might, for one. Hisoshi barely swallowed a groan. Almost imperceptibly, Nezu's smile widened. Of course he would be there. He'd asked that brainless oaf to be his sponsor, of course he would be there. Why had he done that again? Surely there must have been a better hero to pick, like Endeavor, or Yoroimusha, or even Wash, who he was pretty sure was only so high-ranked because children liked his merchandise. Sir Night Eye and some representatives from the HPSC will be there. I believe your social worker, Megumi Ito, will be in attendance as well, Nezu said. Fine, Izuku has no procedures coming up, and I have nothing on my schedule. Just let me know ahead of time when and where to be, Hisoshi said. Nezu nodded amicably. Second order of business is a paternity test, Nezu said. Hisoshi blinked slowly. Are you implying that my wife was unfaithful? Hisoshi said, his voice rising. No, Nezu said, interrupting him. Hisoshi's eyes narrowed, and he let out a slow, controlled breath and waited for the rat to continue. We simply need to ensure that Izuku is truly yours, Nezu explained simply. Do you really think I would be here, like this, if Izuku was not my child? Hisoshi asked scathingly. Of course not. Nezu chirped cheerfully, however, other members on our team need a little more assurance. Hisoshi would bet money it was All Might. Fine. Yes, I will comply, Hisoshi said tightly. It was stupid, but fine. He needed this to work. But, Hisoshi said, you will have to get your blood sample from Izuku when he is getting another draw for other, more important procedures. I will not allow my son to be poked with needles more than is strictly necessary. Nezu nodded, and Hisoshi sat back reluctantly. Wonderful, Nezu said, clapping his paws together. Now, the last order of business. We would like you to orchestrate the peaceful arrest of your associate, Dr. Kyudai Garaki. That escalated quickly. Hisoshi refused to acknowledge the chill that went down his back at the thought of betraying one of his most trusted associates. I have already told you where Garaki works, Hisoshi pointed out. He will not be expecting anyone. Just get him there. Nezu tilted his head, his smile and gaze unwavering. True. However, we want to see that you are willing to work with us to gather and arrest some of your more hidden accomplices, so such a lax approach will not do, I'm afraid. Hisoshi let out another slow breath. This was it. He had given out information before, given away his resources, his projects. But the act of giving up Garaki meant that it was truly over. He was giving up his empire for his son. Hisoshi glanced at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. Izuku had turned to look at him. He blinked slowly, his eyes unfocused, his pink tongue peeping out of his mouth as he listened to them speak. His limbs tremored, but the doctors had reassured him time and time again that it was normal for an infant of Izuku's age to move like that. He wasn't cold, his nervous system was just immature. He was growing so well. But Hisoshi wasn't satisfied. Hisoshi wanted to keep seeing him grow. He wanted to help Izuku into clothes for the first time. He wanted to kiss his little nose, he wanted to hold his baby. He wanted to see his first smile, hear his first words, help him take his first steps. He wanted to help him with his homework, set up his birthday parties, and watch him play with friends. He knew Izuku's rough start would follow him for the rest of his life, but that didn't matter. Whatever happened, he wanted to be there for him. He wanted to be there for it all. He couldn't do that if he was still a villain. It was his empire or his son. I can call Garaki and tell him to meet me at a location of your choosing. Your forces can capture him there, Hisoshi said, happy. Nedzu's grin widened, quite. Hisoshi sighed and pulled out his phone. Hisoshi had made the call to Garaki before Nedzu left yesterday. He had not slept that night, again, for multiple reasons. Paranoia about Izuku's health. Avoiding nightmares or memories. Thoughts of Inko's funeral, which he still had yet to do anything about. His mind had been abuzz, and just like always, there was no escape in the NICU. It wasn't like he could read one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. It was STMLTNG literature for Izuku, but not for him. At a loss for anything to distract himself, Hisoshi finally picked up his phone to look at something other than his messages. He tapped the news app, and was immediately assaulted with news about Garaki. It seemed the big story was the doctor's arrest and his secret, twisted experiments. It hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Hisoshi sighed, staring at a picture of the lab that had become oh so familiar to him over the years, now decimated. He had been hoping to find some silly celebrity story to take his mind off his situation, not more information about his situation from a different perspective. Hisoshi put his phone to sleep and put it back in his pocket. He stared blankly at his hands. He couldn't truly say he was surprised. It only made sense that the dissolving of his empire would make the news. He could only hope they would be unable to trace it back to him and Izuku. Hisoshi turned away from his lap and looked out the window. The sky was still dark, lights and stars still glittering like gems set in a ring. Yet there were hints of a new dawn along the horizon, sunshine creeping weakly into the sky. The call to Garaki had been a surprisingly hard call to make. To act normal when everything had changed, to lead one of his most trusted associates to their certain demise, it was painful. He couldn't help but feel gutted at the loss of all their hard work. Hisoshi had worked with Garaki for so long. He would have trusted Garaki with his very life, and yet Hisoshi could not have done so with Izuku's. He knew that in his bones. Izuku was too fragile, too much like the targets they had their eyes on for future human tests. Had Izuku fallen under Garaki's care, something would have gone wrong, he was sure of it. His condition would have deteriorated, and he would have died, just like Inko, just like Yoichi. Then he would have disappeared into one of those glowing tubes, destined to become a test subject dedicated to all for one's immortality and nothing more. With this decision, immortality was truly out of his reach now. Hisoshi stiffened. A familiar fear lit under his breastbone. The specter of death loomed over him once again, waiting. For the right time. For the right mistake. Had it been worth it? Was he making the right decision? Izuku shifted quietly beside him. There was a new tube going into Izuku's nose. He was far from well, even if he was recovering, but they were going to start giving him very small meals of donated milk. Mitsuki insisted it come from her, to at least start the switch from poor nutrition to eating like a normal baby. He had not been happy about the tube insertion. He had looked like he was crying, despite his silence. Izuku couldn't make a sound while on the ventilator. Hisoshi had to hold himself back from ripping the nurse away from his baby. Even if they said it didn't hurt him at all, it just felt strange. He was quiet now though. Hisoshi looked over, watching him stretch his limbs out as he tried to find a new, more comfortable position. He raised his arms, tiny fingers splaying in smooth, relaxed movements. One leg stretched, then the other. Izuku curled up, his legs folded against his belly and his arms tucked to his chest. One fist pushed against his cheek, scrunching his face up. Izuku suckled on his pacifier as he settled into slumber once again, despite the early morning sunbeams scattering through the plastic of his incubator. Hisoshi smiled. He reached a careful hand, the hand that hadn't touched his phone, into one of the incubator portholes and pulled Inko's baby blanket over Izuku's legs. He didn't want to imagine life without Izuku. He couldn't. It would break him. This was his reality now. So yes. Yes, it was. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. His beautiful, Inko. I wish you could have met him. Call ended. To be honest, All Might, Nedzu said amicably as All Might stared blankly at the test results in front of him. I'm not quite sure what you expected. The test results were for a paternity test. The baby was 99.9% most likely to be all-for-one son. There wasn't really any arguing with that. Even if that meant accepting that all-for-one had been NTMT with someone. Toshinori shook the awful thought from his mind. This, however, is quite unexpected, Nedzu said, sliding another paper out onto the table, a copy each for All Might, Gran Torino, and Sir Night-Eye. All Might grabbed a copy and flipped it over warily before blinking at the nonsense results, which stated that Yagi Toshinori and Nana Shimura were also distant matches to Izuku Midoriya. What? All Might said, white noise on loop in his brain. Fascinating, isn't it? Nedzu said cheerfully. That's one way of putting it, Gran grumbled, glaring at the paper like it had personally offended him. Which it might have. This, Night-Eye said, his brows furrowed in deep thought, could be because of one for all, couldn't it? All Might blinked blankly. Most likely, yes, Nedzu said. Explain, Gran said. One for all is a quirk that is passed through DNA exposure, according to what All Might told me, Night-Eye said, looking at All Might. All Might nodded in confirmation. One for all originated from all for one sibling. So if it is passed through DNA and possibly integrated into the user's own genetic code, it stands to reason that would cause this. Well put, Nedzu said. Thank you, sir, Night-Eye said, sounding rather pleased. All Might looked down at the paper. It listed Nana Shimura as a distant match, but it did not include Kotaro, her son. Perhaps it was because of one for all's transfer mechanism? He thought of that tiny foot he had seen nearly a week ago. The image haunted him, almost as much as the baby's father did. Fully processing the fact that all for one had a child made a chill go down his spine. There was the possibility that the baby could turn out just like him. There was a possibility that the baby would get a quirk like his. There was a possibility that the baby would lead to two all-for-ones. But he thought of that little foot. There was a name next to Hisoshi Midoriya, the only name they had on file for all-for-one, though it was probably fake, on the family tree the paternity test produced. Inko Midoriya. There was a picture of her next to her name, and her eyes looked kind. The only way they would get two all-for-ones was if they let the baby stay with that monster. He had an idea. The baby has a family relation to me through one for all, Toshinori pointed out, looking out at Nedzu, Gran, and Night-Eye. I can take him, and then dash. I'm not certain dash Night-Eye started. Toshinori dash Gran snapped. And what benefit to this situation would that confer? Nedzu asked softly. Toshinori's jaw worked. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it felt so right. He needed to save that baby. Because I would be a better father than him, Toshinori said, his hands clenching. Taking on the responsibility of raising a child was never something Toshinori had considered in his wildest dreams, not after what had happened to Shimura-sensei, at least not until right now. It was something he was wildly unprepared for. Toshinori knew that if he did, or could, accept the responsibility of this child, he had a lot to learn. He knew nothing about childcare, and even less about finding a work-life balance between his hero work and childcare, but if it meant that baby would be loved and safe and raised well, then it would be worth it. "Tell me, All Might," Nezu said softly, "between settling the public, rescuing civilians, and tearing down All for One's empire, would you have time to take care of a child?" "I would make time," Toshinori said. If Shimura-sensei had found a way to make it work, he would too. Gran, Night Eye, and Nezu stared at him. "I would make time," Toshinori repeated firmly. "All Might," Nezu said pointedly. Toshinori met Nezu's black eyes head-on. "Yes?" Nezu sighed, ignoring the risk of drawing All for One's ire by trying to take away someone important enough to him to cease villain activity. "I will come back to that. All Might, I want to emphasize that this child is far from any definition of well." Toshinori thought of that foot. "I know that," he said, "he's very premature." "Prematurity comes with a lot of risks," Toshinori. Gran grunted. Nana was terrified of preterm labor. "There's a good reason for that." "He is not only premature," Nezu said softly, "he is very ill, All Might. He has a dangerous congenital heart defect. He will likely face repercussions of his prematurity and his condition for the rest of his life. He has already had one major heart surgery, and the only way he won't be needing more is if he dies." The thought of that tiny baby having major heart surgery made Toshinori sick to his stomach. "Would you have time to take him to all the doctor appointments?" Nezu continued relentlessly. "Time to take care of him when he is ill? Will you be able to make sure he takes all his medications and is managing his conditions? Would you have time to learn about his conditions, spend time with him in the hospital when he is ill or needs procedures? Would you have time to make sure that he has friends, that he is doing well in school, and that you are able to help him as necessary? Would you have time to truly be there for this child, all while being the pillar you have spent your life working to become?" "Yes," Toshinori said, after a moment's pause. "The hesitation in your voice speaks volumes," Nezu said. "The hesitation is only because it is a sudden change, not because I am unwilling." Toshinori protested. Nezu blinked, his eyes inscrutable. Then he continued, "Now, to address the elephant in the room that is his father. As unbelievable as it may be, it is clear to me that All for One truly cares for his child. He has obviously lost sleep and has worried frequently over his well-being, and he was very protective of the infant when I came close, even though he tried to hide it. According to the agreement All for One is proposing, he would willingly be ceasing any and all villainous activity in exchange for full custody of his son. For all intents and purposes, All for One is retiring. His full-time job would be the care of his son, and taking care of his son will be a full-time job." Nezu leveled his gaze at Toshinori. "It is of my opinion that All for One would kill many people to stay by his child, yet he is offering to back down completely. I know you are a smart man, Toshinori Yagi. Tell me, what do you think would happen if we were to pull his child out of reach?" "He would likely level UA, at the very least," Night Eye murmured. Toshinori sighed heavily, putting his head in his hands. He had seen firsthand what All for One had done to try to get his brother's quirk back. UA would be gravel before they even had time to prepare. The Arima incident would have nothing on what All for One was capable of. The entirety of Japan would be in danger. Maybe more. "I can't take him," Toshinori admitted bitterly. "I believe taking him would be a poor decision," Nezu agreed. But Toshinori sat back in his chair, growling, "We can't just let him raise the baby however he wants. He would end up hurting the poor thing." Toshinori ran his hands through his hair. "I can't just stand by and do nothing while he twists that child into something awful." "Yagi," Nezu interrupted. Toshinori looked up. "At the moment, you are the hero All for One has asked to sponsor him." Toshinori frowned at the reminder but said nothing. He has shown himself to be willing to take drastic steps to keep his child. If there are terms you would like to add, it is well within reason for you to negotiate them. Toshinori's brows furrowed. "If this agreement goes through," Toshinori started, looking up at Nezu, "I want to be able to check on the baby whenever I want, so he can't prepare an act. I want to personally make sure that All for One is never going to go back on his word and return to his villainous ways, especially to the detriment of that child. Nezu smiled. I think that is reasonable. The hallucinations had returned. He couldn't particularly say he was surprised. He'd hit 8 days of no sleep again. Maybe 9, if the calendar had turned over already. It was some ungodly time in the morning right now, so it wasn't like it truly mattered. Hisoshi squinted his tired, aching, heavy eyes at the horde of shadows glaring at him from the corners. They seemed slightly more distinct this time. Less like a mass of monsters and more like a mob of angry people. They were disturbingly close to the nightmares he occasionally had, where the people he had stolen quirks from hurled insults and abuse at him. They had become less of an issue after he truly connected with Inko because she helped him deal with them, but, well, she wasn't here anymore. Hisoshi rubbed a hand down his face harshly and hoped they were just as powerless in real life as they were in his dreams. That hope didn't stop him from staring the mob down as soon as they started to inch too close to Izuku, nor did it stop the chilling feeling of icy fear crawling along his spine when he saw them move out of the corner of his eyes. The lingering specter of fear was becoming somewhat familiar though, so he would push through. He had to. Mitsuki and Masaru were busy with their own baby now, and there was no one else he trusted to watch Izuku while he rested. Perhaps Gigantomachia. But his size posed a slight problem. So that option was cast aside for now. It was less than ideal, but at least he had experience being this tired before now. It would be fine. He would not be a detriment to Izuku's safety. Midoriya-san? A voice asked, cutting through his thoughts. Hisoshi jumped, his body going stiff as his head whipped towards the voice. Taro, another night shift nurse, stared at him. Hisoshi stared back. Taro smiled. Hisoshi sighed, rubbing a hand down his face again. My apologies. It's no problem, Midoriya-san, the nurse said, I just wanted to check on you. I've just been taking some samples from little Izuku here, and you never noticed because you had been staring very hard in that corner for a while now. Ah, Hisoshi said, heat rising to his cheeks. How long had he been doing that? He'd lost track. Is there something concerning in that corner, sir? Taro asked. If there was, I'm pretty sure it's croaked, what with the way you were glaring over there. No, of course not, I'm perfectly fine, Hisoshi reassured, sitting back in his recliner and trying to look relaxed, even as he saw the mob inching closer in his vision. Taro looked over at the corner pointedly. Then back to him. Would you like to try again, sir? Hisoshi blinked. What? Taro smiled crookedly, though not unfriendly. Sir, your eye bags rival Shinsu's, and he has an insomnia quirk. They aren't that bad, Hisoshi muttered, one hand rising to poke at them. An insomnia quirk would explain why Shinsu was the first nurse to start supplying him with coffee. With all due respect, Midoriya-san, they are, Taro said with a chuckle. Hisoshi huffed. To add, I think both you and I know what happens when someone goes too long without any sleep, though I have the suspicion that you might know from personal experience, Taro said. Well, Hisoshi said, looking away, perhaps, he acquiesced. Taro huffed, yeah, perhaps. Hisoshi said nothing. Taro sighed, leaning against the wall as he gathered up his supplies and the blood samples he took from Izuku. I can't stay here much longer because I've got to get these to the lab, but Midoriya-san, you really need to get some sleep. Severely sleep-deprived people dash. I have been using stamina quirks, Hisoshi protested. And you are still hallucinating, Taro pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Hisoshi grumbled. Taro continued, as I was saying, severely sleep-deprived people make bad decisions, which is not something I would assume you want as Izuku's decision-maker. Don't you think that is more of a danger to the little guy than his dad sleeping in a bed less than 2 meters away from him, where he can hear any alarm that might go off? You have a point, Taro, Hisoshi agreed, I'll rest. Just, in a moment. Taro smiled, said good, and left. Hisoshi sighed. He knew the young man was probably right, but he wasn't tired. He would not be a detriment to Izuku's safety. He was fine. The door opened less than an hour later to one rather upset Sanuki-san. Sanuki-san dragged a chair over and sat in it, staring him down. Hisoshi fidgeted. All for One was not one to waver under stares. He had stared down yakuza, mass murderers, heroes, political leaders, all sorts of people, and never once quavered under their eyes. It was always the other person that gave first. But Tsunuki-san was one of Izuku's doctors. She was one of the ones leading the team that took care of his son and made sure he lived to see each morning. And Izuku was everything to Hisoshi. He didn't particularly want to upset her, especially not when Izuku's health and Hisoshi's custody situation were so precarious. Hisoshi cleared his throat. Hello Tsunuki-san, I wasn't aware rounds had finished Aria dash. What do you think my job is here? Tsunuki-san asked, interrupting him. Hisoshi stared. He didn't like this. He knew the answer, but he had a feeling there was a trick to this question he was too tired to figure out. To care for premature infants, he answered anyway. You're half right, Tsunuki-san said. Hisoshi fidgeted again. He really didn't like this. The other half of my job is making sure that guardians are able to take care of their babies, Tsunuki-san stated. I am capable. Hisoshi interrupted, sitting up straighter. You are in no shape to take care of anyone, Tsunuki-san said, shutting him up quickly, much less a premature infant. Hisoshi sat back, fear crawling along his back like the mob he still saw in the corners of his eyes. He swallowed hard, but it felt like someone was strangling him. His aching eyes stung. He pushed out, his voice suddenly tight. You aren't going to Tadash? He couldn't say the word. He was doing everything he possibly could to stay with his son. Everything. What had he done wrong? Couldn't he fix it? Tsunuki-san raised an eyebrow. To take Izuku away? Hisoshi nodded mutely. She sighed. No, Midoriya-san, I'm not recommending they take Izuku away. He could breathe again. She leveled him with another glare, and Hisoshi just barely resisted the urge to sink into his chair. I am saying that I need to know how long it has been since you slept. Hisoshi blinked. Oh. It was this again. It shouldn't matter, I have been using stamina quirks. How long has it been since you slept? Tsunuki-san's voice brokered no room for leniency. 0.8 days, Hisoshi mumbled reluctantly. Again. Yes. After 24 hours without sleep, it's the equivalent of being too drunk to drive. After 8 days, I wouldn't trust you to scramble an egg. Stamina quirks may help a little, but not that goddamn much, Tsunuki-san said mercilessly. As it stands, you pose the largest risk to Izuku's safety by neglecting your own health. I know Taro told you what sleep deprivation does, so we're not gonna rehash that. Instead, you are going to lay down, and you are going to get some sleep, and you are not going to argue with me about this. Hisoshi sank down ever so slightly in his chair. He felt a little like a scolded child, for some reason. Fine, Hisoshi pushed out reluctantly, I'll go get some sleep. He did not move from his chair. Neither did Tsunuki-san. She blinked slowly. Then go, she said. Don't you have something more important to do? Hisoshi grumbled. Unfortunately, Tsunuki-san seemed entirely unaffected. Important things like making sure my patient's parents don't become patients themselves, she countered. Hisoshi scowled. Anger fought with anxiety in his chest. He despised being told what to do, being talked down to like an idiot, and yet, was he really that much of a risk to Izuku's safety? It wasn't like he was driving a car, or even frying an egg, he was just sitting in a chair and watching over his son. I used to work medical at Tartarus, Tsunuki-san said firmly, absolutely no give in her stern expression. This is nothing, glare at me all you want, but that won't change my orders. How much harm can I really do just sitting here? Hisoshi pushed back. He found it hard to believe that he was truly doing anything wrong here. Even trying to imagine his idealistic little brother's reaction, which was typically a rather good tell as to whether something was right or wrong according to society's moronic morality chains, told him that he was fine. Though he supposed if he imagined Yoichi far younger than he usually did, he would be upset with Hisoshi for not sleeping. This, Tsunuki-san said, motioning towards him, is self-destructive behavior. A child does not need a self-destructive parent, because that is an adult they will end up parenting. Violently, Hisoshi was thrown back to the days he had still lived with Yoichi in their parents' house. Learning to cook when he could barely reach the stove. cleaning up rotting garbage and glass bottles so Yoichi wouldn't get hurt. Distracting or appeasing or comforting his revolting, worthless, pathetic parents so they would leave him, and more importantly Yoichi, alone. The mere idea of becoming a parent even remotely similar to his own was so abhorrent it made him nauseous. Children model the behavior they see in others, especially their parents, Midoriya-san. If I, or any other practitioner here, let you get into the habit of neglecting yourself now, then you will be setting a poor example for Izuku. You will be setting him up for failure. Tsunuki-san finished. Part of him wanted to try and figure out if her words were more to manipulate him into doing what she wanted or if they were simply the hard truth. The other part realized that it didn't matter. His petty pride was not worth his son's health. Understood, Hisoshi said and forced himself to stand up. He looked down at Izuku, brushing a hand against the incubator. He could be a better parent than his own. The bar was below the dirt. He had to be a better parent. Hisoshi slowly tore his hand away from the incubator and muttered, "I'll be right back," as he headed to the bathroom to quickly get ready for bed. He wasn't sleeping in jeans. When he walked out, Tsunuki-san was still there, watching him. Hisoshi paused by his chair, resisting the all-encompassing urge to sit back in it and refuse to move. The bar was below the dirt. He had to be better. And if the first step of being better was sleeping, then he was sleeping. He kept walking and slowly sat on the mattress. It was a hospital bed, so the sheets were starchy and stiff and the mattress was mediocre. It still felt like heaven. He pulled the sheets over his lap and looked back up at Tsunuki-san. "Satisfied?" he asked, unable to keep the dry snap from his voice. She stared, gave the barest hint of a smile, and nodded. "I will stay until you are asleep. If anything goes wrong, these alarms will go off, and you will be the first one up. Izuku is safe. Izuku is fine. You will be better for everyone involved, including Izuku, if you have slept. Now sleep." Reluctantly, Hisoshi nodded. The mob lurked in the edges of the room. Their shadows constantly moved and shifted. Their glowing eyes narrowed to hateful slits. Their hands still clawed along the walls and floor, but they did not get any closer to Izuku. He forced himself to lie down and close his eyes. He deactivated his stamina quirks and was out instantaneously. He did not dream. It had been a very, very long time since Toshinori set foot in the dilapidated building Gran Torino called home. It was a place with both good and bad memories. While it was Gran's home, Shimura-sensei had frequented it too. Now that she was gone though, the bad tended to outweigh the good. Toshinori's memories of Shimura-sensei's laughter were fuzzy and faded with age, but the memory of the brutal training he had received from Gran to protect him from that man still left phantom pains on his body, and an ache in his heart as he slowly came to realize that maybe it was all for nothing. He may never fight all for one. He may never get revenge justice for Nana. He may never get to fulfill the purpose of one for all. All because of a single, sickly baby. He couldn't begrudge the baby anything, he was a baby. The baby had no control over his parentage, or his condition, or what that meant for the world at large. He wanted the baby to recover quickly and live a good, happy, safe life. That didn't mean that Toshinori's life wouldn't be easier without the baby complicating things. Toshinori sighed, his thoughts suffocating, and knocked. There was no point in pushing the thoughts away. Gran had called him here to talk, and there was only one thing he could possibly want to talk about. "Come in, Toshinori," Gran's voice called from inside, "it's unlocked." "Is that really wise?" Toshinori asked as he opened the door. Gran snorted from his place on the couch, a plate of taiyaki and a glass of something that looked alcoholic on the table nearby. "You doubting my ability to defend myself, boy?" No, of course not," Toshinori said, backtracking quickly even as he closed and locked the door behind him. "It's not like that door is gonna stop anyone who would be a real threat anyway," Gran said bitterly. Toshinori stood there silently, reality weighing heavy on his shoulders. He walked over and sat next to Gran. Gran silently poured him a glass of whatever it was he was drinking. "No, probably not," Toshinori said eventually. There was a chance All for One had some kind of teleportation quirk and had secretly been disappearing from the hospital to do evil, but he couldn't help but think of how quickly All for One had disappeared back into that hospital room after their meeting. He couldn't help but think of how tired he had looked. Toshinori had doubts he had ever left that room, much less the hospital. Gran took a drink. "You've been thinking of that baby a lot, huh, Toshinori?" he asked. "It's hard not to," Toshinori admitted. Gran grunted an agreement. "Enough to come up with some half-baked adoption plan?" he asked. Toshinori huffed, looking at his old mentor out of the corner of his eyes. That had been spur of the moment. "Clearly," Gran said, snorting. "You think I couldn't do it?" Toshinori asked seriously, his arms resting on his knees. "I don't think you should have children till they can cook for themselves," Gran said, throwing back his glass. The comment stabbed into his heart. Toshinori frowned and looked down at the floor, his chest aching. "But I think you would have managed," Gran said quietly. Toshinori looked over at him. Gran stared back. "Thank you, Gran," Toshinori said softly. Gran grunted, "Don't thank me for the truth, Toshinori." Toshinori smiled softly and sat back again. There was companionable silence for a while, the late sun peeking through the windows. "Tell me, Toshinori," Gran asked, "if you had been thinking, even unconsciously, about taking in that kid, why do you even have a list of terms for leaving a child with that monster?" Toshinori looked over at Gran to find him staring. His eyes were hard and his lips were pressed into a thin line. Toshinori turned to his cup, watching his fingers fiddle against the glass. Gran pressed, "We've seen that he has no qualms with killing children when they get in his way. What's going to happen to that kid when he gets tired of playing house?" Toshinori sighed heavily, watching the sunspots scattered by the glass shift as dusk fell. He stared at his thumb. "It's not that I want to leave a child with him, Gran. I think it's a terrible idea, especially for the baby. But at the same time..." Gran grunted, prompting him. "At the same time, the day I confronted All for One in that hospital room, I had never expected him to look as awful as he did." Toshinori huffed a humorless laugh. "I had expected him to lord this new plan, new hostage over me. I had expected him to gloat about catching me in a place where I could never fight back. At the very least, I had expected him to look put together. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week, Gran, nor eaten in just as long. He wasn't even wearing a suit. I'm pretty sure he was wearing scrubs from the hospital itself." Gran said nothing, simply kept watching and waiting. Watching him there, I suppose it just felt like he was off. He even seemed genuinely worried at one point, and the way he acted when the baby got upset, it was like this baby was more of a priority than me. He put his back to me, Gran, without a second thought. And then there were the paternity results. Toshinori sighed again. "It feels, at least right now, that if I don't let All for One keep his son, give him a chance, he will go berserk, and all of Japan will pay the price." "So," Gran said at length, "what I'm getting is that Nedzu's convinced you, eh?" "Yes, a bit," Toshinori admitted reluctantly. Gran snorted, draining the last of his drink and slamming it on the table. "Unbelievable." Toshinori watched Gran warily out of the corner of his eye. The clock ticked quietly as Toshinori watched Gran glare at nothing. "You should have taken him out when you had the chance." Toshinori jolted, looking at Gran with his mouth hanging open. Gran met his eyes, his jaw set and arms crossed. "That I was in a hospital, Gran," Toshinori protested. "Besides, you were the one that told me not dash. Since when do you listen to me, boy?" Gran thundered, kicking up a leg and blasting the table and the taiyaki across the room as he jumped to his feet and stuck a finger in Toshinori's face. Toshinori did not flinch. They stared at each other, unblinking. "I could not do that, Gran, and you know it," Toshinori said softly. Gran growled. "Had we been anywhere else, I would have, but there were infants there, Gran. Tiny infants. I would never have forgiven myself." Gran snarled and broke away, pacing. "I haven't forgiven myself for making him cry." Gran stumbled over his own feet and stared at Toshinori with bug eyes. Toshinori blinked. "All for One!" Gran shouted. Toshinori choked. "No!" Toshinori yelled back, "The baby!" "Oh, Gran said, recollecting himself. Toshinori looked down at his hand, staring at his thumb. I think, he admitted. It was hard to tell. Some piece of medical equipment went off, and he looked like he was crying, but I didn't hear anything. Gran grunted, slowly walking back over and flopping back on the couch. Next to him. Toshinori didn't look over. What's so interesting about your thumb all of a sudden, eh? Gran asked, I've noticed you doing that a lot lately. The baby's foot was this big, Toshinori said, motioning to the first joint of his thumb. Gran went still. You sure it wasn't a trick of the light or something? He asked. Toshinori sighed, I suppose I can't be sure. It was hard to see him, all for one didn't let me get close, and he wasn't in a crib. It looked more like a glass cage, or something. All I could really see were his feet and hands. But they were small, Gran. Smaller than I thought was possible. Gran sighed heavily, hard to imagine a baby smaller than a newborn. Kotaro was already too small. But Nana had always been scared of preterm labor for a reason, that must have been part of it. They sat in silence. The clock ticked. Some of the taiyaki shifted, falling to the floor. The sun had disappeared, and inky blue was creeping into the windows. Outside, street lights blinked on. It just isn't fair, Gran said. Toshinori looked at him. Gran was staring off in the distance, as if seeing something Toshinori could not. His arms were crossed, his expression a mix of anger, melancholy, and grief. It isn't fair that he gets to keep his kid when Nana didn't, he said. Toshinori looked at the same spot. In his mind's eye, he could see Nana's bright smile, and feel the comforting warmth it still brought him. It isn't, Toshinori said, it really isn't. Hisoshi didn't wake up until a full day had passed. He had been quite content to enjoy the feeling of being horizontal until he heard one of the nurses mention the date. He nearly broke the bed in his mad rush to check on Izuku, who thankfully was perfectly fine. No new diagnoses, no issues with his heart, nothing. He wasn't even stressed. Izuku had just been sleeping, like he normally was. Though he did seem to perk up once Hisoshi whispered good morning. Izuku had stretched all his limbs. He ended up looking like a little starfish of a person for one precious moment. Oh, he wished he had thought to grab his phone for a picture, and then opened his eyes to look at him, shifting in place slightly. It was about as close as Izuku could get to good morning. He did not tear up at such an obvious positive reaction to his voice, but it was a near thing. His heart was putty in Izuku's tiny, uncoordinated hands. He knew it should terrify him, how much power Izuku had over him, how much more power Izuku had gained over him in just a few short weeks. But he didn't care. He skipped breakfast. As usual, Sanuki-san may be able to get him to sleep, but he was not ready to leave the room of his own volition yet, and quickly set about getting ready for the day. He changed out of his sleep clothes, brushed his teeth, showered very quickly, and settled in his recliner to watch Izuku for the rest of the day. Izuku stared at him, a curious light in his eyes. Hisoshi beamed. There was a knock. At the door. Hisoshi looked up from where he had been reading one of the free parenting magazines roaming around Tanima's pediatric units. He had been singing for Izuku again to make up for his silence while he was sleeping, but he was hardly a professional singer and could only go for so long. He was resting his voice for a bit while distracting himself as he waited for either news from the Bakugas or another demand from Nedzu. Hello. Hisoshi called cautiously, his voice somewhat hoarse. Hi, Hisoshi, came Masaru's voice. Masaru. Hisoshi stood up, striding across the room to open the door. Masaru blinked at him, his hands still hanging in the air. How are Mitsuki and Katsuki? Masaru finally let his hand drop as he looked up at him. I'm sorry, we've kind of kept you in the dark, haven't we? Yes, a bit, Hisoshi said, letting some of his anxiety and annoyance slip into his voice. Masaru laughed, sounding somewhat nervous. Well, Masaru said as he rubbed the back of his neck, I tried to stop by earlier, but you were finally sleeping and I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Hisoshi huffed. He should have. He wouldn't have minded, though if Masaru would have been able to rouse Hisoshi at all would remain unknown. But Masaru grinned, looking up at him, how would you like to come and see them yourself? Hisoshi blinked stupidly at him. What? Hisoshi asked, I don't think I heard you right dash. You did. You do want to come and see Katsuki, right? Masaru asked. Mitsuki had been very upfront about not trusting him anymore. Does Mitsuki know you're inviting me to see Katsuki? Hisoshi asked. Masaru smiled softly. She does. She said that so long you don't plan on, and I quote, starting Shitash. I'm not. Then you can come. Masaru said cheerfully. Hisoshi looked back at Izuku in his incubator. I can watch over him while you go visit, Masaru said softly. You don't have to be gone for long. We just want you to meet him, and maybe eat something. Hisoshi sighed, looking back at Masaru. I'll go. Just come with me for a moment, he said, walking back to the incubator, where Izuku lay, sleeping. Masaru gasped, his eyes sparkling. He's gotten bigger. Hisoshi huffed softly. You think? Masaru nodded excitedly. Hisoshi shook his head, a fond smile on his face before turning back to his son. He's far more awake and active than he was the last time you watched him. Izuku has been allowed to use a pacifier now, but it tends to fall out of his mouth. You can put it back in, but you must wash your hands first. He seems to like music, such as humming or other lullabies, and he likes to hold on to fingers. Hisoshi. You can see if he will grab your finger, but again you must wash your hands. He likes to grab onto other things too. I've seen him grab the edges of blankets or his tubing, but I think he prefers fingers. Hisoshi. He likes being talked to. He likes being read to, but I think he prefers the music dash. Hisoshi. A hand fell on his shoulder. Hisoshi stiffened and looked down at Masaru. Masaru smiled in a way he was sure was supposed to be comforting. Izuku will be fine. I'll be fine. Go, Masaru said. Hisoshi took a deep breath and let his eyes drift to Izuku, who slept peacefully. His hands clenched and unclenched. You'll call Anda if you need anything? Hisoshi asked. In a heartbeat. Yes. Good. All right then, Hisoshi said, letting a hand rest against Izuku's incubator. I'll be back soon. Get some food if you can handle it. Masaru called after him. Hisoshi nodded as he left. He forced himself to keep walking and not look back, because if he looked back he would never leave. The walk to the labor and DLVRY unit was short, and it didn't take long to find Mitsuki's room. He knocked before entering, listening for Mitsuki's call. About time, old man. Mitsuki said through the door. Hisoshi snorted and looked in. Mitsuki was sitting up in her hospital bed, a swaddled bundle in her arms. The baby wore a hat like Izuku, but had no need for an incubator, or medications, or surgery, or any of the wires and tubes that kept his son alive. He was so much larger than Izuku. Jealousy raged to life under his breastbone, though he was careful to keep his expression steady and unchanging. This was what he had wanted for him and Inko. He'd wanted Inko's PRCY to be to term. He'd wanted that chubby, healthy baby swaddled up in blankets. He'd wanted that honeymoon period in the hospital with his wonderful wife Inko and his happy little baby Izuku. He didn't get that. It made him angry. It wasn't fair. Hisoshi took a slow deep breath and shoved the jealousy, and the anger, deep down. Inko wouldn't have wanted that. Inko had been so excited to be Pyojin and T at the same time as Mitsuki, to meet Katsuki, to dote on him just as they would their own son. He would not disrespect her memory by letting his base emotions get the better of him. He needed the Bakugas by his side as well. And to be honest, he was truly glad on some level that he didn't have to live through another death in childbirth, even from a distance. So he could stand to be happy for them, and for little Katsuki. Hisoshi forced his feet into motion, walking closer to Mitsuki and the bundle that had started to squirm in her arms. Hisoshi made to lean over and look at Katsuki, but Mitsuki pulled him closer to her chest and out of sight. Mitsuki said, a teasing smile on her lips. Hisoshi pouted, what's the point of telling me to come over here if you aren't even going to let me see him? Sit, Mitsuki said, looking pointedly at the chair next to her bed. Hisoshi raised a brow but complied. The next thing he knew, Katsuki was being placed in his arms. Oh, Hisoshi said dumbly, eyes going wide and body going stiff. What was she doing? He had no idea how to hold a baby. Here, Put his head in the crook of your elbow. Yeah, there we go, and put your hand under his lil butt, Mitsuki coached as Hisoshi mutely tried to follow her instructions. Katsuki squirmed in his grip, head turning side to side and body wiggling. Katsuki blinked his eyes open, and Hisoshi tightened his grip on the baby minutely. His eyes were the same baby blue as Izuku's. Of course they were. They were both babies. Who knew what color they would be when they grew up for either of them? Katsuki's arms broke free of the swaddle, his hands rubbing at his face as he stared at Hisoshi. He escaped, Hisoshi said. That's fine. He's a wiggler, Mitsuki said, snorting. Hisoshi wondered if Izuku would be a wiggler. Probably. He liked to wiggle even as he was now. You can talk to him, you know. Hello, Katsuki, Hisoshi said softly, offering him his free hand's finger, like he did with Izuku. Katsuki grabbed it with a small, "A." Hisoshi shook his finger slightly, and Katsuki jerked his little arm up. You guys shaking hands on some big bad villain deal I need to know about? Mitsuki joked. Hisoshi chuckled. Yes, he's just promised to be Izuku's best friend for life. Mitsuki let out a wet laugh. Inko would have loved that, she said, her voice thick. Hisoshi smiled slightly, his eyes beginning to sting. He didn't look away from the baby in his arms. Katsuki pulled Hisoshi's finger into his mouth and started to suckle on it. Hisoshi stared. I think he's hungry. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Hello, love. I got to meet Katsuki today. I'm sorry that you never got to. I know that you had been so excited to meet him. A soft sigh. I will admit to being somewhat jealous, I suppose, of Mitsuki's smooth DLVRY and Katsuki's health. It is, well, frustrating is one way to put it. But there is little I can do about it. There is nothing I can do to bring you back or make Izuku healthier. So I suppose I will simply carry on. A chuckle. Katsuki is blonde, by the way, just like I told you he would be. There was no way he wouldn't take after Mitsuki. I'm fairly certain the only thing he got from Masaru was a Y chromosome. A soft hum. And as wary as I am to let another loud blonde into my life, I suppose I can keep an eye out for him. Hopefully he and Izuku will get along, like you had always wanted them to. Until next time, love. Call ended. That night, Hisoshi sat stiffly on the edge of his bed, the sheets partially drawn into his lap. The city lights twinkled outside the window like the stars above, and lights from the various monitors glinted off the plastic of Izuku's incubator. It was late. Izuku didn't have much of a circadian rhythm at this point, but he was still and asleep now anyway. Hisoshi watched the rhythmic dance of lines and numbers on Izuku's monitors, unable to see his son from this angle, especially hidden under blankets as he was. He swallowed hard. He didn't want to do this. He really didn't want to do this. Exhaustion tugged at his eyes and bones even after only one day of wakefulness, even with his stamina quirks. He knew he needed to sleep. He didn't want to get lectured on how important it was again. But he could not emphasize how much he did not want to go to sleep. Hisoshi sighed, hunching over and placing his head in his hands. His stomach felt like he had just eaten something rancid from a dumpster, and not just protein bars from the nurse's station. His heart pounded like he was in the middle of a fight for his life, and not sitting at the edge of a hospital bed, mere meters away from his baby boy. His lungs kept catching, refusing to breathe smoothly. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he was scared. Terrified actually. Terrified beyond what words could convey that if he went to sleep of his own volition, something terrible would happen to Izuku while he slept. It was completely illogical. It made no sense whatsoever. Yet he could not shake it. It hung over him like a noose, and placing his head on the pillow was as good as stepping up to the gallows and placing the rope around his neck himself. Hisoshi dragged a hand down his face, looking back over at the incubator. As much as he wanted to give in and stay up again, he knew Sanuki-san was right. He really did need to sleep. Stamina quirks would not last him all of Izuku's life, or even his infancy. That wasn't even considering the agreement he was being forced into if he wanted to keep custody, which cut him off from stealing any quirks that may be helpful or interesting. He needed to take care of himself, or he would not be able to take care of Izuku. He absolutely refused to entertain the possibility of becoming like his own parents. He would do it right, or he wouldn't do it at all. Since he also refused to entertain the possibility of not being there for Izuku, that left one option: sleeping. Hisoshi took a deep breath and forced himself to lie down. He didn't need to sleep for long. He could check on Izuku in a couple of hours. He doubted he would be able to sleep much more than that without the encouragement of sheer exhaustion. He just needed to get into the habit of sleeping every night again. He slammed his eyes shut and tried to focus on the sound of Izuku's monitors to lull him to sleep. The sky was beginning to brighten by the time he managed to actually fall asleep, but he managed. He didn't remember his dreams. Buttoning up his suit was a familiar, comforting motion, even if his suit from the Bakugus was a little different than he was used to. Hisoshi brushed his hands over the fabric, admiring the quality stitching. It was a good suit. Sure, some of his Italian ones were better, but he was also willing to bet they cost significantly more than the Bakugu brand line. Hisoshi sighed, looking at himself in the mirror of Izuku's hospital room. He had cleaned up well. He was infinitely grateful Masaru had remembered to bring his razor. It would have been embarrassing to walk into this meeting with unsightly stubble still on his face. A meeting he still fervently wished he didn't have to go to. Beyond the obvious reason of not wanting to leave Izuku's side, especially when there was no one else to pick up his watch, it irritated him to no end that he had been caught in such a vulnerable position like this, by such an idiotic mistake, no less. It should have been avoided. He should have been able to keep both his baby and his empire. Izuku should have been to term. Inko shouldn't have died. But life wasn't fair, so he had to do what he must. He was sure Yoichi was laughing beyond the grave. The villains always lose, indeed. He sighed, switched the light off, and walked out of the bathroom to see Izuku one more time before he left for the next few hours. "I'll be back soon, Izuku," Hisoshi whispered, laying a gentle hand on the incubator. Izuku shifted quietly in his sleep but otherwise didn't respond. Hisoshi sighed again, looking up at the new piece of equipment next to his son. It was called a pacifier-activated lullaby device, or PAL device. It was an extremely cheesy name, in his humble opinion, but its purpose seemed incredibly useful. It encouraged Izuku to work on his suckle, strength, and endurance by motivating him to use the pacifier with the sound of either him singing or Inko's voicemail. He wished he could have used a better recording of Inko, but, well, it wasn't like they'd had many options available. He had been rather embarrassed when he realized he had to record his almost certainly subpar singing for it, but, to be quite honest, it was the main reason he felt comfortable enough to leave for this farce of a meeting. When the recording of him played, Izuku would have no reason to think he was gone. It would be as if Hisoshi had never left. He checked his phone. If he didn't get a move on, he was going to be late. That wouldn't do. Hisoshi pulled his hand away. He hated this, but if it meant he got to keep Izuku by his side, it was worth it. All for One left the room to meet the heroes and discuss his retirement. All for One met Ito just outside the NICU, where she handed him a cup of black coffee and led him through the winding halls of the hospital to a rather unassuming conference room. "Ready?" she asked, looking back at him. All for One snorted. "As ready as I'll ever be." "Fair enough," Ito said with a tight grin, and opened the door. All for One's eyes roamed the room, quickly taking note of who was there. All Might, for one, who looked just as enthused to be here as he was. Nedzu, of course, paws folded and beady black eyes watching him with interest. Sir Night Eye, who seemed more preoccupied with his laptop than anything else. There were 3 people in suits, 2 women, 1 man, who were likely HPSC pawns. It was unfortunate that he didn't recognize any of them. It would have been nice to have someone in his pocket here. And of course, he and Ito were here as well. He supposed he could consider Ito in his pocket. Though it would be more accurate to say she was in Izuku's non-existent pocket, seeing as she was here as an advocate for him, not All for One. "Welcome," Nedzu said cheerfully, waving a paw at them. Ito nodded, but All for One did not deign to give a response except to seat himself. Now that we are all here, let's make a quick declaration of intent, shall we? Nedzu said, clapping his paws together. No one replied except to stare at the chimera. Nedzu's smile only widened. We are here to negotiate the terms of surrender, for lack of a better term, of all for one dash. Not surrender, all for one corrected. All Might whipped around to glare at him, eyes narrowed. All for one grinned at him, a mutual agreement to the cessation of villainous activity in exchange for being left in peace with my son. All Might snarled, his hands clenched into fists. Sir Night Eye stared at him, slowly pushing up his glasses. The HPSC goons whispered amongst themselves. All for one barely refrained from laughing. Oh, it was so easy to win these heroes up. How could he resist? Ito let out a long sigh next to him. It's all the same. We're just trying to come to an agreement. Yes. Nedzu said, smiling, let's not waste time. All for one dash Nedzu gestured towards him. Since you were the one to propose this initial agreement, you can state your terms first. Oh. All for one purred, so I can just tell you what I want and you'll give it to me? How generous. All Might snarled, standing up at the table. That's not how negotiations work. All for one raised an eyebrow, looking up at All Might. I was simply asking a question. No need to be so disruptive now, All Might. Disruptive? All Might hissed. The only one being disruptive here is you. Are you even taking this seriously? Of course I am, All for one said, testing how far his chair would lean back without the wheels lifting off the ground. No you aren't, All Might snapped. Don't tell me how I feel, All Might, All for one said, looking up. That's rather rude and presumptive, don't you think? Terms, All for one of the HPSC representatives called out, her voice tinged with exasperation. Let's stay on topic. I was not the one that derailed us, but very well, All for one said, leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs. He hummed thoughtfully, tapping a finger against his chin. Terms? Well, I want full custody of Izuku, obviously. Other than that, All for one locked eyes with All Might and grinned. I would like to keep my fortune, the full use of my quirks if necessary, and because I know you lot will want some form of punishment, house arrest at my wife's apartment. All Might seethed. All for one leaned back, his grin widening. Yes, that sounds good to me. You just want to get off scot-free, All Might hissed. All for one shrugged. I will be busy with Izuku, you know. Thank you for giving clear terms. Nedzu said, clapping his paws to get their attention. His beady eyes gleamed in delight. The chimera was clearly enjoying this game, regardless of, or perhaps because of, the stakes it held for all involved. Now, it is our turn. Once we understand where we all stand, we can begin moving towards an agreement that benefits us all. Sir Naite, if you will. All for one let out a long sigh, his grin falling. As fun as it was to rile All Might up, it could not last. An anxious stone already sat in his gut, which he was dutifully ignoring. It was hard, nigh impossible, to think of Izuku as just another game piece, but that was what he had to do to remain in control, to whittle the heroes down to something reasonable, to arrange things so that they would have worked their way up to his demands rather than the other way around. It was time to play, and he was at a distinct disadvantage in these negotiations. A novel experience to be sure, but not one he was particularly enjoying, and the meeting had barely started. Sir Night Eye cleared his throat, glancing up at All for one. All for one took a sip of his coffee. It was all right, for hospital coffee. Yes, Sir Night Eye said, the following terms were decided as a starting point by a board of heroes and approved by the HPSC and are as follows. I locked down, high security location under constant monitoring, no quirk usage, relinquishment of all criminal information and blood money. All for one hummed, displeased, as he swirled the coffee in his cup. He could not particularly say he was surprised by the hero's terms. He knew who he was, and what he had aimed to do, what he had aimed to become. Truly, part of him was pleased that they required such extensive measures to feel safe from him, even as he stepped down. Still, anger simmered in his gut. When you say a locked-down, high-security location under constant monitoring, I presume you mean Tartarus? All for one asked. Ito sat up straighter by his side, feathers puffing up slightly. Good. She was picking up what he had put together. Yes, one of the HPSC representatives said, it would be the only safe place to keep someone like you. All for One's lip curled, his eyes narrowing. And are you so certain Tartarus is a suitable place for a child to grow up? He asked scathingly. I'm sure your highest level prison is well known for its preschool education. All Might and Sir Night Eye shifted uncomfortably. Good. The child's situation is on a shifting basis, and the circumstances for education would be decided at a later date, once any relevant health conditions are ascertained, and if they survive to that point, the representative said. All for One's nostrils flared, but he held his tongue. Izuku would make it to that point, he would make sure of it. If he could. He had to. Absolutely not, Ito said from his side, her beak clicking angrily. A prison is no place for a child to grow up. The patient would have no outside access, no access to peers, and no chance of a normal or happy life. A child needs a home, not a prison cell. A custom room can be arranged, as can access to peers, the outdoors, and normal civilian life, one of the representatives replied. It is not ideal for the child but dash. It is not ideal is an understatement. Ito rebuked. The whole idea is preposterous. Nedzu clapped his paws, bringing an end to the bickering. If a custom room can be arranged, then I am certain a customized facility that exceeds the standards for child care while still being high security can be arranged by our wonderful HPSC, can it not? I would hope so, All for One rumbled. The only reason I am even considering retirement, as it was put, is to be with Izuku full-time. His eyes narrowed, a sharp edge rising to his voice. If you try to keep us in Tartarus, I will not be so agreeable to your next attempt at negotiating. Sir Night Eye cleared his throat. Threatening us is not really not helping your case. I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing, All for One stated, but you're not leaving me much of a choice. I'd thought the safety and well-being of a child would be more important to you lot. All for One leaned back, propping his head up on a fist as he looked at each of the heroes in turn. Unless, of course, the quality of life of my child does not matter, as he is my blood, and your primary objective is to get me in a prison cell. Silence fell. The HPSC representatives blinked at him coldly. All for One's lip curled. No, All Might said. All for One glanced over at him, raising an eyebrow. That's not the case, All Might said, blue eyes glaring at him. We do care about Izuku. Both of All for One's eyebrows rose. Good to know you meet the bare minimum, All for One said. Like you're one to talk. All Might snapped, and All for One rolled his eyes. All Might growled, do you know how much suffering you've dash? Nedzu clapped his paws, quieting All Might's ranting. It seems the HPSC and the team representing the potential sponsor need some time to discuss our terms once more. Nedzu said cheerfully. He looked rather triumphant, if his twitching tail and grin were anything to go by. We shall meet again the day after next. Have a good day, everyone. Until next time, All for One said, standing up and grabbing his coffee. He met All Might's eyes. Do better. All Might snarled, and All for One made his exit. You started out your terms rather high, Midoriya-san, Ito said as they left. All for One chuckled dryly. Well, of course. It's only logical to start higher than what is actually possible, so that the compromise terms consist of what I actually want. Ito looked at him out of the corner of her eye. And what do you actually want? Hisoshi smiled softly, looking back at her. I don't want him to be limited by who I am. That's all. Hisoshi sighed with relief as he closed the door to Izuku's room behind him, finally back where he wanted to be. He never thought he'd miss the sound of heart monitors so much. Hello Midoriya-san. Aoi said cheerfully from Izuku's bedside. Oh. Hello, Hisoshi said tiredly, taking off his jacket as he walked over to look at Izuku. Izuku was on his side, buried under a small mound of blankets as he rested. How has he been? Good. Aoi said, only to be interrupted by the sound of Hisoshi singing. He cringed slightly, but still eagerly looked down at Izuku to watch him suckle on the pacifier. Aoi giggled as Inko's voicemail played, then his singing again, then the voicemail again, then his singing again before the audio mercifully stopped. He's been asleep most of the day, but he woke up not long ago. He's been going in rounds of 5, as frequently as he can, Oi explained with a grin. We've been hearing it a lot. I apologize for my singing, Hisoshi mumbled, and Aoi laughed outright. Trust me, my Doriasan, you are far from the worst singer I've heard. And besides, she pointed out with a wink as she seemingly began to wrap up whatever she was doing, it's not playing for me, it's playing for Izuku. And he seems to be a big fan of yours. That I would hope so, Hisoshi said, even as he felt his cheeks warm slightly. I'm going to turn off the PAL since you're here now. Let me know if you need anything, alright? You know where to find me. Aoi said as she walked out of the room, and Hisoshi nodded. Finally, the door closed, and it was just him and Izuku. Izuku peered at him, suckling on his pacifier. Hisoshi chuckled, propping his elbow against the arm of his recliner and resting his head in his hands. You want me to talk to you, Urchin? Izuku suckled more. Hisoshi laughed. Your wish is my command, my little ray of sunshine. Now let's see, talking about what I've been up to is good enough, isn't it? Yes, let's start there. Something you should know, Izuku, is that I was a bit naughty before you were born, so I've been working very hard with a group of people that call themselves heroes. Izuku had fallen asleep after a good while of listening to Hisoshi ramble. He didn't mind, after all, it sounded like he had only lightly rested while Hisoshi had been at his meeting, what with all that activity with the PAL device. Izuku was still now, in one of the deepest sleeps he'd seen so far. It was a little unnerving to see him so still, but the sound of his monitors and the sight of his little chest rising and falling were a balm to his anxiety. Hisoshi sighed, looking down at his hands as he fiddled with his phone. He wanted to call Inko. He had stopped in to take Izuku's weight, and he was finally over 1 kilogram. He wanted to share the good news. But Inko was dead. He knew she was dead. He saw the life leave her eyes, and death had been his constant companion long enough for him to recognize it, even if this was one of the few times that he was the one that kept calling their name even after they were gone. He didn't know why he kept calling. Well, part of it might be that he wanted to hear her voice. Her voicemail was all he really had of her. He had never been one to watch life through a camera, and before Inko, he simply hadn't had much worth recording for personal sentiment. Once he did have Inko, he hadn't wanted her or their budding family to get caught in the crosshairs of his business. Any mementos or recordings he had of her were on different devices, still back at the apartment she had loved so much, but even those were scarce. It had seemed impossible that one day she might not be there. Foolish. But that didn't explain why he kept leaving messages for a dead woman. Hisoshi sighed and dialed her number. There was no point in trying to figure it out now. He had enough on his plate. He listened to her voicemail with a small smile and began to speak. All for one side as he and Ito walked away from yet another hours-long, completely unproductive meeting with the heroes. The progress that they have made in 3 meetings and more hours than he would prefer to count can be summarized as not Tartarus, and that was pretty much it. He knew that was largely because he was being stubborn. He was aware that taking a risk being so obtuse. However, the only direction he could go was down when it came to negotiations. He didn't have anything truly substantial to hold over the heroes' heads that would give him an edge in these negotiations, not like Izuku's custody, which was his Achilles heel. Sure, he had information on most underground crime in Japan, but he had already given up Garaki, who was one of his linchpins, in an almost certainly sleep-deprived decision. And Garaki was a coward. If it came down to it, they would be able to get quite a bit of information out of him. If he gave up too much too quickly, he was certain that the HPSC would find a way to get just what they wanted. He and Izuku would be living in a cell in Tartarus with a crib and absolutely no way of defending or speaking for themselves. All his quirks, all his connections would be at the HPSC's beck and call, with his custody of Izuku, and potentially Izuku's healthcare, hanging by a thread should he try to resist. It left him no choice but to try to hold as tight as he could to as much as he could for as long as he could. If he compromised too quickly, the heroes would take everything from them. But if he was being honest with himself, he had next to no control over Izuku's situation, something that gave him heart palpitations if he let himself think about it for too long. The idea of giving up control, even in negotiations, well, it was something he didn't want to ponder. Even still, he wasn't doing this for himself. He was doing this for Izuku. He wanted his son to have a life worth living. Hisoshi wanted to bring out the champagne the day Izuku's ventilator was finally switched off, enough for everyone on the staff and then some. He didn't, of course. For one, the staff was not allowed to drink on duty, and truth be told, he would not want them to. For another, he would be arrested and dragged away from Izuku the moment he set foot outside Tanima's property without the protection of Tanima's rehab program. He was certain that even with their frequent, unproductive meetings, the heroes were still watching this hospital like hawks. And there was also the fact that Izuku was still not well enough to be fully weaned off respiratory support. Weaning off the ventilator had taken a very long time, and he could not simply go from full ventilator support to breathing all on his own. He was being bridged to it, in a way, still breathing on his own, but with the support of a CAP machine and supplemental oxygen. That way, he would not have too many bouts of apnea, essentially his son forgetting to breathe, another common issue in preemies. So perhaps he could save the champagne for the day Izuku was able to fully breathe on his own. Or perhaps the day he was discharged. Either worked, so long as he was there for it. The cap mask was more obvious than the ventilator tube. It required Izuku to wear a different, less cute hat, that, to be honest, didn't quite look like a hat. He missed the sunshine hat. To keep it in place, it was still beyond tiny. The triangular mask placed over Izuku's nose could balance on the tip of his thumb. He really should stop being surprised by these things. Izuku himself could still fit comfortably in his cupped hands. Of course, everything had to be in miniature. That didn't make it any easier to comprehend. Izuku's blood pressure cuff was small enough to go around his pinky. You know, Hisoshi said, closing yet another free parenting magazine and turning to look at Izuku. Izuku blinked at him, quietly curled up under his tiny blankets and supportive pillows. He was awake for now but would no doubt be back to sleeping soon. His sleep was important. It was the best time for Izuku to grow and heal. That being said, he treasured the moments Izuku was awake and alert. Even the tiniest interaction with him felt like a priceless gift. Hisoshi smiled and propped his chin up on a closed fist as he watched his son watch him. You know, he started again, as proud as I am that you are off the ventilator, and believe me, I am very proud of that achievement, I don't particularly appreciate having something else to worry Obu dash. Enin, Izuku said. Hisoshi froze, eyes wide. His mouth opened and closed, but he could think of nothing to say. Eninich, Izuku said again. Izuku had been on the ventilator for so long. He had forgotten. He had forgotten that Izuku would be able to vocalize once he was free of it. How could he have forgotten? Enin, Izuku continued, lifting his chin a little as he shifted in place, his movements slow and relaxed and calm. Izuku's voice was high-pitched and squeaky. It pierced right through his heart and melted it into a puddle. Hisoshi cooed, folding his arms against the small ledge of the incubator and bringing his face as close as it could be to his baby boy. He wanted to hold him. He wanted to hold him so badly it hurt. He wanted to hold him close to his heart and slide his little hand and kiss his button nose. Izuku watched him, and Hisoshi cooed again, the largest, goofiest smile on his face. Izuku's tiny pink tongue pushed out of his mouth but he stayed quiet. Can you say something again, sweet bean? Hisoshi asked, you're being so talkative, sunshine, I'd love to hear your voice some more. Izuku said, his eyes starting to drift close. He was getting tired. Oh, thank you, Hisoshi breathed, thank you. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Izuku yawned and closed his eyes. His breathing evened out in sleep. So proud of you. You know, Riki-san said, and Hisoshi hummed, looking up at her from where he had been watching his son look around. Izuku couldn't exactly sleep during Riki-san's assessment, so he was taking advantage of the time to observe his surroundings, and attempt to push away the mask that Riki-san was trying to put back on his little face. He was handling the transition from ventilator to CPAP well, but that didn't mean he liked the masks. Still, they couldn't cut corners, he still needed the support, and part of that meant he had to be checked frequently, despite his protests. Hisoshi knew he would be quick to fall back asleep as soon as he was able, though. The doctor shot him a small smile as she finished up, he's healthy enough at this point that you can start getting involved in his care. Oh, Hisoshi said, sitting up straighter, a grin growing on his face. That's wonderful. He clasped his hands together, looking back down at Izuku. Izuku stared at the bouncing green line of his heart monitor. He was doing so well, but he's still so small. Should I really? Hisoshi said, his voice trailing off uncertainly. All for One was not one to be uncertain. He moved and decided and fought with no second guesses, confident in his power and superiority. There were moments when he had to play cautiously, of course, bide his time until he could spot a weakness or an opening, but he was still a god playing games among men. This, however, was no game. There would be real, devastating consequences should he act confident when he was not. And Hisoshi had little confidence when it came to being gentle. Do you want to? Riki-san asked. Hisoshi looked up at her again, blinking, of course. Well then come on, Riki-san said, stepping aside to make room for him on the other side of the incubator. He needs to be shifted onto his side. You can do that. Hisoshi's lips thinned as he fiddled with the sleeves of his jacket. It wasn't his suit jacket. He normally took it off after the meetings. Since it was the only clean one he had currently, it was just some athletic jacket. Tugging on fabric was far less familiar than adjusting cufflinks, and fidgeting nervously in general was deeply unfamiliar territory. But he couldn't help it. His hands were not kind hands. They ruined lives. They spilled blood. They manipulated innocence. They did not know how to handle tiny, fragile babies who could die if the wrong butterfly flapped its wings. Isn't it a bit early for me to do anything of that sort? Hisoshi asked, staying seated. She shook her head, smiling a little at him again. You've let him hold your finger loads of times, and you've done hand hugs. This is just like that, just another step up. Baby steps, right? Hisoshi hummed non-committally, looking at Izuku. His eyes had drifted shut at some point during their conversation. His limbs moved slowly as he wiggled in place, caught in the limbo between wakefulness and slumber. He tried to imagine picking him up. But he couldn't. All he could imagine was accidentally hurting him. Preemies are a lot less fragile than people give them credit for, Riki-san pointed out. He's not gonna crumble into dust if you touch him wrong, and I'll be here to guide you along anyway. Hisoshi had a quirk that did that, but he kept his mouth shut. That particular fact wasn't helpful in this scenario. If you're not ready, you can wait. He didn't want to wait. He wanted to wait. He wanted to hold his baby. No, Hisoshi said, pushing himself to his feet and walking over. I can try. She stopped speaking, looking at him curiously. Of course. I'll walk you through it, okay? Your hands clean? Hisoshi said, not yet. He quickly slipped away to the bathroom, mentally berating himself for getting too eager. He washed his hands and walked back over before he could lose his courage. Riki-san opened the portholes to the incubator and gestured for him to put his hands in. Hisoshi swallowed. He'd done this plenty of times before to let Izuku hold his finger or do a hand hug before care, yet somehow this felt far more weighty. He took a deep breath and put his hands in, letting them curl into loose fists next to Izuku's body. His fist was the size of Izuku's entire ribcage, maybe larger. Izuku's hand rested on the blankets near his. Even with his fingers spread, his hand was utterly tiny. So small Izuku had never been able to wrap his hand entirely around Hisoshi's fingertip. Hisoshi knew this. He knew how small his son was. He'd only spent the last month staring at him every moment he could. Izuku had grown and gained weight during that time, to the point where he was finally starting to look like an actual baby and not a little old man, but he was still incredibly small. But there was something very different between seeing an infant that small and being faced with the prospect of picking up an infant that small. Izuku was so much smaller than Yoichi had been when he was a baby. And Hisoshi was so much larger than he had been back then, too. Even when he had been safely seated on their ratty, dirty sofa, and his mother had just placed Yoichi in his small, 5-year-old lap, he'd been scared. Hisoshi's stomach dropped and he swallowed hard. Now he was terrified. Alright, since he fell asleep we're gonna have to wake him up again. Give him a hug, like usual, and then tell him you're gonna move him, Riki-san said. Hisoshi nodded, clenching his fists once to dispel the faint unsteadiness that had started to manifest. He placed a hand on Izuku's head and let the other cup Izuku's feet and legs, taking care to avoid all the wires and fours on his chest. "Enich," Izuku said, his arms twitching. He didn't sound happy about being woken up. Hisoshi swallowed again. "Hello, Izuku," he whispered. "I'm going to put you on your side now, okay?" Izuku became a little calmer as he spoke, but he still didn't seem particularly enthused. "Riki-san," Hisoshi said, staring at Izuku as he felt tiny feet push against his palm, "he doesn't seem very happy." Riki-san hummed next to him, "Well, of course not. He just got woken up. Nobody's happy when they get woken up from a good sleep. We still need to move him though. If he stays in the same position too long, his head's gonna start to flatten out." "Ah," Hisoshi said faintly. "Don't worry, he'll go right back to sleep once you get him in position. You good to keep going?" Riki-san asked. "No," he wanted to say. "Yes," he said. "All right. So next, you're gonna get your hands under him, one under his head and shoulders, and one under his bottom," Riki-san said. "Put your hand under his lil butt," he thought, with a slight edge of panic. The thought sounded like Mitsuki. Slowly, carefully, Hisoshi pulled his hands away from Izuku. His son squirmed in place, one leg kicking out. Hisoshi scared in a deep breath and let it out slowly, starting to work his fingers under Izuku. The unsteadiness was back, even worse than before. "Enni," Izuku whined. His arms flailed, hands splayed in what looked like a stop signal. Izuku needed a break. He did too. Hisoshi pulled his hands away quickly, curling them back into fists to hide how much they were shaking. His jaw worked as he stared at Izuku, watching him calm down a little. "Pardon," he murmured, and Riki-san hummed non-judgmentally beside him. He glared at his hands. This was not the time to lose his composure. His hands needed to be strong and steady to make sure Izuku was as safe as possible while Hisoshi was handling him. If he could not keep his hands from shaking, then he dug into his quirk stockpile. Even if he lacked the quirks to help Izuku directly, there had to be something there. A steady hand quirk. He'd stolen it from an artist nearly a century ago out of spite, even though he'd had no real purpose or desire for it. At least not until now. Hisoshi immediately turned it on and let out a soft sigh as his hands finally steadied. Izuku had calmed. He could try again. Hisoshi took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If he couldn't do it this time, he was just letting Riki-san do it. Izuku's safety and comfort wasn't worth his pride. He started working his fingers delicately under Izuku's head and bum again. "Enenich, Izuku whined, his arms moving erratically. Hisoshi hesitated. "He's fine, you're doing good," Riki-san said beside him. Hisoshi nodded and pushed on until, finally, Izuku's head, shoulders, and bottom rested in his palms. Barely breathing, Hisoshi lifted Izuku up. He was holding Izuku. Kind of. Izuku wasn't cradled against his chest, he was lying in his palms, but he was holding Izuku. It felt like he was holding nothing at all. It felt like he was holding the entire world. Izuku's eye peeked open as he wriggled in Hisoshi's hands, his movements no longer erratic. A grin burst across his face. "Hello," he whispered. Izuku blinked and looked away. Hisoshi tried not to feel hurt. He was probably getting overwhelmed. He needed to put Izuku on his side and let him go back to sleep. Once that was done, he could revel in the fact that he'd held his baby. Glacially, he lay Izuku back down on his side and worked his hands back out from under him. He grabbed Inko's blanket and pulled it over Izuku, up to his little shoulder. Izuku pulled his arm out. Hisoshi huffed and gently tucked Izuku's arm back under the blanket. Izuku let out a tiny whine and pulled his arm back out again. "Come now, Izuku," Hisoshi said, trying again, "don't you want to stay tucked in?" Like clockwork, Izuku's arm popped back out again with another, louder whine, his hand waving in the air. "I think the answer is no," Riki-san said dryly. All right, I'll let you have your way," Hisoshi sighed, taking his hands out of the incubator. "Stubborn boy." "Wonder where he got that from," Riki-san said, eyeing him. "His mother," Hisoshi said. Riki-san rolled her eyes then looked at Izuku with a critical eye. She reached in to adjust Izuku's blankets, pillows, and positioning slightly, then she pulled her hands back out and nodded. The occupational therapist may come in and adjust him. Hisoshi nodded. He was inexperienced. That only made sense. But good job, she added with a small smile. His grin grew. After Riki-san left, Hisoshi sat down in his usual chair and offered his finger to Izuku, nudging his hand, which was still moving around quite a bit, ever so gently. Izuku immediately grabbed on, his movements calming down as he quickly fell asleep. Hisoshi felt like his chest was going to burst. Was it possible to care for someone else this much? Before, he would have said no. But maybe he had been wrong. Ring. 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 Hello, this is Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Beep. Inko, darling, I have wonderful news. I got to hold Izuku today. Well, sort of. I was not cradling him. Izuku is not ready for that yet. Nor is he ready to do this kangaroo care thing the doctors have been saying would be good for him. All I was really doing was shifting his position, which I'll admit, sounds a lot less nerve-wracking than it actually felt. He is still so small, Inko. Regardless, he was in my hands, and I was the only thing holding him up against the pull of gravity, so I would say it counts, at the very least as a partial hold. Sanuki-san has been saying that he might be ready to leave the incubator for an extended PRD of time soon, so I'm hopeful I will be able to hold him properly in the near future. A pause. A sigh. I wish you could be here, Inko. I'm sure you would be better at all this than I am. I miss you, and I'm sure Izuku does too. Call ended. Hisoshi peered at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. He was waiting. Izuku had fallen asleep a while ago and released his finger not long after. While he was waiting for Izuku to fall asleep, a light slumber was not good enough. No, for this particular mission, Izuku needed to be well and truly asleep. Which it finally seemed like he was. His son lay still amongst his blankets and pillows, chest rising and falling peacefully, his little arms still resting above the soft fabric of his blankets. Now was the time to strike. Hisoshi stood up and washed his hands, then crept back silently to crouch next to the incubator. Slowly, he opened 2 portholes in the incubator and reached in with both hands. As delicately as humanly possible, Hisoshi picked up Izuku's arm with 2 fingers, lifted up his blanket, and tucked his arm underneath. Hisoshi removed his hands, closed the incubator back up, and stood. He smirked to himself as he sat in his chair once again. Baby successfully tucked in.